This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
You can handle the truth. His truth, her truth. Cue the music. Chicago kids in the building.
Just a kid from Chicago.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I'm just a kid from Chicago.
Self Love Vision.
I'm just a kid from Chicago. Trying to make a way in the game of life, trying to make a play.
I'm just a kid from Chicago.
Back against the wall.
Yes, sir.
Tried to do it wrong.
I'm just a kid from Chicago. Big up, Scooter Chose.
Make a change. Why these haters
From that Wonder Years joint, Scooter Chose.
Disclaimer.
Technical difficulties. But big ups, Scooter. Big ups. Chicago kids in the building. Ms. Nine Mills, one of your co-hosts. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Chi-Town's very own, the Self Love Show, where our motto is on earth as it is in heaven. Big ups to the ancestors. Every single one of you. Okay. And then we also say, as above, so below. We can be found right now, Malcolm exclusively, right here on YouTube's channel. This ain't that network. This ain't Fox. For damn show. This ain't MSNBC, Ms. NBC, as I say. This ain't Crying Don Lemon CNN. This definitely ain't that. All right? I'm not knocking it. This ain't Disney. This ain't ESPN. This ain't that network. Because you've reached TATN. Hey, rip to King Von. They put a mural up across the street from O Block Parkway Gardens. I think it's on 64th and King. So, looks pretty dope from what I see on the internet. I'm on the other coast, so, but rest in peace. Good work to the artist, man. Big ups, big ups, big ups, big ups. Yeah, so this is your co-host, Nine Mills, also known as Self Love. What down, Chi-Town? What down, what down, what down? Repeat after me. I am greater than my excuse. I am greater than my excuse. I am greater than my excuse. Today is Wednesday. We live. August 1/1/2021. And think about this. You could be any place in this magnificent, limitless, wall-free universe, ceiling-free universe. And thankfully, we all Scooter chose to be here together. Yes, sir. Here together. What down, what down, what down, what down? Self-love. What you manifesting today, Mr. Wordsmith?
Love, self, as always. You know me. What you manifest?
Pure, unfettered, often tough, many times gentle, Magnanimous. Pure love, brother. Pure love.
Facts.
Yes, sir. So what's this looking like on your side of the nation, bro?
Man, heat come out, the blicks come out. During my course of action, I've rolling up on scenes of red tape and a bunch of police cars.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, can't even deliver shit. You know? Also want to say, rest in peace to James West, my neighbor.
Wow, man. Wow, man. Man, the brother went home, huh?
Yes, sir.
Man. Wow, another ancestor.
Great man.
What's that, sir?
Great man. Truly a great person.
Condolences over there, man, to you and also to his family. What we got today, we're going to go over our quote of the day. Also, we have a discussion lined up here with a 20-year or so Realty pro, Shonelle Blake. We have a silverbackette, if you will, in the building. All right. You don't have many females step to the plate and join the give back gang, but when they do, it's always magnanimous. We're going to, touch on her early life, which I believe was somewhere up in the Bay Area, where they say things like hella, and pimping, things of this nature. We're going to briefly touch on a couple more growth and development questions. We want to get more into, life as a landlord, realtor, investor, things of this nature, as an agent, things of this nature. So also, we're going to ask her, like we ask everyone, our esoteric questions. We call them our quick picks. Bang, bang. We're going to find out what she says the meaning of life is. And then our proprietary, the game name game. And then, of course, we have the riddle of the day. And then we always wrap it up with my favorite part, Mr. Wordsmith's final words out there. And that's where he, puts everything in a poetic, metaphysical bundle for you out there. You know what I mean? And you can put it in your sage pipe and smoke it. Announcements. So I did go over one. There's a mural put up for King Von. So you guys might want to check that out. Self Love, if you happen to be over there, and get us some footage. Be careful out there; they're protecting it. Don't go over there and spray paint on it or do anything of that nature.
Nah, wouldn't do anything like that.
Even if I wanted to, wouldn't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't want to. So, yeah. And then, that's pretty much, all I had for now. Of course, we've got Mouthpiece included. Tomorrow, we're just doing a sort of an open panel, open topic type of thing. We're going to touch on the Olympics. Yeah, things of that nature. So if you're a silverback, you're a silverbackette, and you like barbershop type of politic type of talk, pop on in, shoot the proverbial feces, I should say.
No doubt. It's going to be a great conversation. That's for sure.
Yeah, can we say feces on YouTube?
We can definitely say feces.
All right, the bathroom, it's, how the bots are. They're like, oh, we're going to shadow ban him. You know what I mean? He's using words. You know what I mean? He's using words. Also, if you're out there and you have any real estate experience, we're lessons, not lectures. around here. That's our platform. So, if you have any experience in the game, whether you were, on the purchasing side or, you're about to purchase or anything of that nature, we want to hear about it. This is interactive. Um, Type it in the chat and, let us know. Let us know a location you're thinking about maybe purchasing in. And, if you got questions, lay them out there.
Facts, and facts. We're here. Need you to like, share, subscribe, hit the bell, share far and wide. We're growing this organically, and frankly, we need your help. So spread it to like minds. Let them know about this information that's out here. As usual, we have a very important video that I need you to watch. Check it out. It's what we're building our platform on, the Self Love Nation. But for that, we have the Self Love Show quote of the day. 90% of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. Once again, 90% of all millionaires becomes so through owning real estate. Andrew Carnegie. And check out the More Growth and Development platform right now. Silverback More Growth and Development platform. Number 1, repair our nation via reparations. We demand our silver back. Number 2, to connect our breadwinners with our activists. And 3, show an accurate depiction of African American Chi-Town. 4, to shine a light on positive influence. 5, heal our community one person at a time. 6, to provide an unfiltered platform for our influencers. 7, recycle the black dollar. 8, to provide mentors for the mentorless. 9, to close the gap between us and our pink kinsmen.
It's about time to get that See, Realty would be one way to get that gap closed, huh, fella?
Oh, yeah. We want to hear all about it today.
Man. We've been lining up someone from the Realty game for quite some time. And right now it's popping as far as I could tell. It's, that's what the news is all over the programming.
Facts.
Yeah. So really, really popping. And so we encourage you all, if you have questions, we have someone who's also in the Airbnb space as well. So again, now's the time to, I would say shoot from the hip, so to speak. If you had, questions and things like that, line them up in the chat. And if we can get to them, we definitely will, do everything within our, power to make that happen. You guys, this is a long form podcast. So, this video will play into perpetuity. Like, share, subscribe. Let's get them in the building. I did have an announcement. Condolences to Ella French's family. Officer Ellen French, may she rest in peace. And, we hope the other officer gets healed up and everything out there as far as that goes. So,
Facts.
yeah. So, man, bro, coming up missing, huh? Man, we had a nice show last week.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Broke down the who, what, why, where, when, and how you could come up missing. Most likely places and everything.
Absolutely. Coming up missing in Chicago, as we put it. So spin back, check that out if you guys get a chance. We talked about where you're more likely to come up missing. We also talked about who's more likely to come up missing. Of course, surprise, surprise. You know, it's going to be an African American male or female between the ages of 11 and 21.
Man, it's disturbing.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, be a father to your children out there. I would say that would be one of the things we covered as solutions. Got anything on that, Self?
Yeah, we have to protect ours. I mean, we know that the people that they say are supposed to protect us are slow to come into our protection, and they sometimes kill us. So we have to protect our own first and foremost. Make sure that everything is safe for our children and our elders.
Yeah, Black lives definitely can't matter if they don't matter to us. So if our children and women and kids are coming up missing, and you know we don't care, and we don't press the media, and we don't press society and 12 and the powers that be to take this seriously. You know, what's it all about at that point? You know, so. Yeah, but that's the type of stuff we discussed, and if you guys have interest in that, and you know, I would definitely encourage you to check it out. It was you know, great show. We did drop several jewels for you. So let's see here. Self, man, did you see? I think it was a black female. Chicago 12. Yeah, she got charged in the L shooting.
No, you know, I'm pretty much unplugged.
Yeah, she got charged, man. I don't, you know, yeah, big ups to production.
To some breaking news, the Cook County State's Attorney has just filed felony charges against a Chicago police officer for a shooting at the Grand Red Line station last year. Officer Melvina Bogart shot Ariel Roman after a struggle at the bottom of the station escalator. She and another officer attempting to arrest him after he was spotted moving in between train cars. Now, video posted on social media shows Bogart and Officer Bernard Butler trying to handcuff Roman. In the video, one cop is heard yelling for Roman to stop resisting, then the gunshot. After the incident, Police Superintendent David Brown ruled the two officers should be fired for violating multiple department policies. Officer Bogart is charged with aggravated battery with a firearm and official misconduct. Narcotics and resisting arrest charges against Ariel Roman were dropped.
I mean, that didn't look any more flagrant than anything else 12 has done.
No, but it didn't look like when she shot him, he wasn't doing nothing.
No.
Looked like the struggle was over.
Hey, listen. Yes. Here's something I've been saying for years. The people of color who put that shield on, they don't get the same backing by the FOP that those blonde-haired and blue-eyed ones do.
Oh, no.
And that's why I said that didn't look any more flagrant than anything else I've been saying. So here's what I'm saying. Right away, they're fired, they're charged, right?
Right away.
And they're minorities.
Yeah. That's the way the masters play.
Hey, big ups to B Creamer, man. What up with it, bro? Big ups. Appreciate your support.
Yeah, he was here saw him last Thursday.
Oh yeah? Okay. Yeah, that's what's up. We waiting on that history to drop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be lovely. And then you guys make sure you like, share, subscribe, hit the bell. Bro, did you see 12 attack the 5-year-old?
What?
Yeah, and I know this is difficult for you Chicago people because the FOP has been all in the media begging for you guys to, pamper them and, which, okay. But all right. They act like everybody's just upset with them for no reason. I wish they had
5-year-old Sebastian
the
Forbes.
same passion when things happen in black communities as they do when things happen elsewhere. That's all. You can roll
5-year-old
it.
Sebastian Forbes was having a good time at a block party held to improve police relations with their neighbors in South Pasadena, California. One of the highlights was supposed to be a demonstration by a police dog. About a dozen people gathered around, including little Sebastian. The boy is legally blind and he wanted to step in to get a better look, but his dad says he never got within 10 to 15 feet of the dog when the canine suddenly attacked him.
He moved quickly, as a 5-year-old does. And the dog, looked up at him and didn't like what he saw and he just went
Truck
for him.
driver
The
glasses.
police dog that attacked the boy is a Dutch Shepherd named Barry. Sebastian was rushed into an ambulance with bite wounds on his face, near his eye, and on his ear. He was taken to the hospital where the traumatized little guy had to be sedated and receive 6 stitches.
He was
Dog
out of his
probably
mind. They
smelling
had
too many
to
drugs.
strap him down.
We spoke to little Sebastian and his father, Josh, today.
My mom told me to back up, and I slowly backed up, and then the dog just went for me.
In a statement, the police department called the incident unfortunate. Like any dog, it's a dog, and he makes behavioral mistakes. This dog was not on a leash.
Right, exactly.
Would they
Yeah,
say
the dog
that
was not on a
your
leash.
dog?
Dad realizes
no.
it could have been a lot worse.
I think his glasses probably saved him, or protected him from getting his eyes bitten.
Police chief says he's relieved Sebastian's okay. The boy's parents are considering legal action.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, the boy could have lost his eyesight.
Lost everything.
Well, he's already legally blind. But I say this, I don't know if it's too soon. Well, he is, but I mean, but I don't know if it's too, the dog probably thought he was staring at him, you know what I mean? And he probably wasn't because he couldn't really see. I'm just going to keep it 100.
Yeah.
But I say this, Self 12 is a cop, right? That dog is a cop.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to come out and say, yeah, we got to get him some more training. Dun-dun-dun. Psst. Psst. Huh? They had to put that dog to sleep. Huh? Biting that blonde-haired, blue-eyed child like that in America. Hey, you know what I mean? If a black man bit that kid like that, they'd be talking about killing that poor black man. If a homeless person did it, they'd be talking about the death penalty. And it's 12, and 12 says, dogs will be dogs. You do some shit? Yeah, considering suing. I'd sue them just because they said that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look, you're either going to pay me my child's college tuition, plus a little something from my pocket, little incidentals, right? Or I don't want to get the animal rights people against me. Give me one of your pistols, and I can walk that dog back in the alley, and we're not going to say anything else just in case any kids are listening. Let my son Pret be back there. He can't see nothing. That's right. Now keep shooting. Huh? Is it too soon? Probably too soon. I feel like I'm digressing. I'm digressed. Yeah, but I hope that kid mends up quick, huh?
Yeah. Mentally, because the physical part is going, clear up. The mentally part come, together because
He got the dog at the Be Friendly with the Police event.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's something spiritual going on, Self. I'm telling you. It's
that's
something.
crazy. That was one of the highlights is supposed to be when they bring the dog out and have a nice friendly encounter. Except for it goes left.
What kind of training is that dog getting to bite the kid in the face?
Man, I don't know, bro.
Kramer said, funny dealing with these clear mofos here. They hate leashing their dogs for some strange reason. Have zero problem slapping collars. Yes, that's right. That's right. That dog's an officer.
Man.
That dog took an oath. Huh?
Yeah.
He didn't got a treat. You know what I mean? It took that oath. Give me your paw. Give me your paw. Gave him a treat.
Yeah, if you kick that dog, shoot that dog, anything. You
It's
get
like
charged.
killing a cop. You
Yes.
get, yep.
Yes. That's what you're gonna get.
Now, if that dog would have bit your child in the face, God forbid, and you had your pistol on you, would you have the right as an American to what?
Shoot him dead?
Yeah.
Probably not.
If that dog was headed towards your young child and you pulled your stick out and pop, pop, I fear for my child's life. That'd be a nice scene in something.
Yeah, gonna have to put that in something.
One of those court movies. You know what I mean? A time to shoot the dog.
Mess around and get shot doing that, though.
Of course, if you're colored.
Yeah.
Can we say colored?
Well, I mean,
I don't know. All right, here we go.
It definitely doesn't offend YouTube. So
last one. We gotta get this rolling because the guest is gonna be coming soon. So we're gonna jump into our how to move or not to move segment out there. Bambi at the Walmart.
This deer wandered into a Walmart and wreaked havoc. So this employee stepped in to show her who's boss. Give this woman a raise.
she better get a raise.
This isn't the first time a deer has gotten into a grocery store. A small deer made its way in through the automatic doors of a Festival Foods market in Wisconsin and pranced past the checkout.
Why is it going in there?
Until customers formed a human wall to herd it out a back door.
Why?
And it's not just grocery stores deer show up in unexpectedly. This deer must have been hungry for knowledge because it sure was rushing to get into this school in Mississippi.
Look at these shorties.
Beware of slippery floors and flying deer. Not what most people have in mind when they think of Animal Crossing. This is Inside Edition Digital.
They was sud. I get those kids on a team.
Real talk.
All right, so that's our how to move or how not to move. So I don't know. How about itself? You're the store manager in Bumble F, Wisconsin. Is that how you're training these guys?
What, someone to come tackle the deer and
jump
straddle it and all that? I'm not sure you can train employees to do that. I'm just thinking that person has some intimate knowledge with these animals and knows how to do something. Because most of employees, especially for Walmart, are not jumping on no deer's back and holding it down like that. I guess she did a good thing, but I'm not sure if that's how to move or how not to move. I'm a little lost in here on that one.
I'd say this. If she has some sort of wildlife training, if she grew up in the sticks somewhere in a trailer, you know what I mean? Probably didn't have running water, limited dentistry, you know what I'm talking about, right? MEP.
Seemed like they would have interviewed her. TATN.
But yes, they don't have journalism anymore. But yes, if you have those skills, self-love, like for instance, if somebody's like, we need somebody to take this jump shot, and you know what I mean? Just shoot this in there and get it through there and we can save the world because it's going to click the button, then do it, right? I would encourage you to do it, Self. But if you don't have those types, you don't want somebody who's shooting bricks all day. I'll do it. So in other words, I'm saying it's how to move if you're so trained, if you've tackled wild animal before. It's how not to move if you're not so trained. Yeah. That's what I would say. So either myself or the co-host has been booted here. I don't know. Strange things are afoot. All right. Yes, it was the co-host. All righty. Small ups to the spooks. The spooks have reared their ugly heads. As far as that goes, the spooks have reared their ugly heads. So let's see here. All right, you guys, make sure you like, share, subscribe. We got some great questions lined up. You know, normally we unpack a bunch of other types of questions, but we're going to dig more into the realty game, but we are going to dabble into early life as well. So our co-host has been booted. So what else is new? Here we go. Alrighty. Just stay there 1 second. We'll get you introduced. Please stand by. Stay where you are. Appreciate you, Shonelle. Trying to see if we can get the co-host back here. But just so you guys do know, Shonelle has graced us with her time because this market out here in LA, in the LA area, is really juking. I mean, if you put an offer on a property, well, we'll let her talk about it. But things are moving fast, and pretty sure they're doing well. So those are some of the things we're going to talk about. Also, let's see here. It looks like Shonelle. Hey, what's up, Shonelle? Can you hear me?
I sure can. What's going on?
What's going on? What's going on? Welcome. I thank you very much for doing this. We had a technical issue with the co-host, but he'll be back shortly. But what's going on with you?
Man, I just count it all joy to be invited to be here and to see you. You know, I'm loving the glasses, like the whole, brother looking strong, representing the shy. I'm loving it. Just happy to be here with you guys.
Self Luv vision. I'm loving the games too. I see, what's that, Miss Pac-Man and
oh yeah,
what
Pac-Man,
is the other?
Frogger, and Centipede.
Oh yeah,
Y'all know nothing about that. Y'all know about that.
we know a little something about that. We know a little something about that. So, so you guys know, Shonelle has 20 years in the real estate game. She's also hilarious. She's a comedian, I say, by nature, as many of us are. It's a good way to, I don't want to say master trauma, but it's a good way to deal with trauma. Also, she's currently with Dwell California Real Estate and Investments. If you would like to explore, so could you say about Airbnb, if if someone would like to, what you were what would you do with Airbnb or
Yeah, absolutely. I can jump in. I was fortunate to buy an apartment building back in 1999 in Leimert Park.
Nice, love that area.
Yes, I visited the area one time before I moved to LA, fell in love with it, and after I relocated here and decided I wanted to buy, it was like the first place I went. There was something about it that was just so special to me. So that's where I made my first real estate purchase. And from that building, I went on to actually buy 7 other pieces of property. But after being a landlord for a while, having permanent tenants, I made the decision maybe about 8 years ago to give short-term rentals a try. I was really terrified, didn't know if it was going to work, but I said, hey, I had a tenant moving out of one unit. I said, I'm going to try this thing. I'm going to give it 2 weeks and see how it goes. And if nothing happens in 2 weeks, I can always go back to having a permanent tenant. But within 2 weeks, I got a booking and then they just kept on coming. And so one at a time, as a tenant moved out, I converted remodeled each of the units, turned them into short-term rentals. And it's just been a wonderful business ever since.
Yeah, you guys need to understand one thing about Shonelle. She is a, she hustles. But when you say that word, people, give it a lot. Some of us give it a negative connotation. But I didn't grow up that way. I grew up like hustling meant grinding. It meant working hard. But yeah, but as time comes, words change, meanings change. So I just want to clarify that she's got her hands in a bunch of different legal things, but
Legal.
and we'll get into it. Tasia Sherrill, I think you know her. She said, yes, she said, my girl Nelly in the chat, and then she gave a fist. Yes. And then Cortez Scott said short-term leasing. A lot of, what does that say? Homeowners associations have bylaws against this. How do you deal with that? Can you answer that? And then I'm gonna normally I'll table this into a different segment.
Mhm.
Can you address that? We're trying to get some time for Self Love to get back here.
No, absolutely. He's absolutely right. If you're talking about doing a short-term rental in any type of gated community or planned community, where that community is operating under CCNRs or covenants that the community has, so that everyone that lives there is operating under the same rules. Typically, you'll find that those covenants will say you can't have anybody that stays here for less than 30 days. And you don't want to really violate the covenants, of a community. It's just not a good thing to do. You could get charged assessments, that type of thing. However, CCNRs aren't permanent. So they're one of two things. You can either work with your community to try to change your CCNRs to allow for less than 30-day rentals. In fact, I have a sorority sister who lives right in Inglewood down the street. And her community, I got an opportunity to speak with the board of her community to explore how they could begin having short-term rentals so that all the owners could benefit from the gig economy and do short-term rentals at their place. So CCNRs, those covenants are not permanent. They can be changed with support and communication from the community, or you can do more than 30-day stays. So short-term rental technically refers to less than 30-day stays, but you can have someone that stays for 2 months. You can have someone that stays for 6 months. There are a lot of professionals that travel in and out of whatever city that you're in that needs, a stay, for 30 days or more. And that is not in violation of your CCNR. So you can still make that money. You can still have guests come and stay, but it would just be for a little bit longer term.
Man, that is great stuff, and that's why you're here. And you mentioned your sorors, so let me go ahead and get this out because I dropped that at the top. Shonelle is president of her Delta chapter, and they're having a September breakfast and chapter meeting coming up on a very special day to me, September 11th. Yeah, very special. So if you've been blessed and you got something to share, if you guys can, come out and support, how would they be able to support that?
Well, the September breakfast and chapter meeting event that we have are for members of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. I am the new president of my chapter, which is the Century City Alumni chapter. There are about 13 different chapters, I think, out here in Southern California, and Century City is the West LA chapter. So we have good parts of LA in our chapter. And then we also have Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Westwood, Culver City. Those are all part of the service area that we have a lot of our, Westchester, that we do a lot of our programming in. I am a very, very big believer that service is the rent that you pay on this earth. And if you've been blessed at all in your life, then you have a responsibility to be a blessing to someone else. And so we're getting started in our next sorority year. So if you are a member of Delta Sigma Theta and you have not been active in a long time and you're looking to reconnect with the chapter, I invite you to come join us for our September breakfast, which will be at the Renaissance Hotel, LAX, on September 11th. And if you're someone that is not a member of Delta Sigma Theta, you can definitely shoot me an email. If you want to serve, if you want to volunteer, we have lots of programs, lots of youth programs. We help pregnant and parenting teens. We do things that are for social action to try to make sure that our community is represented in these political arenas. We're always looking for volunteers to help with our different events. And some things, we have events that are just for fun, or fundraisers, balls, dinners, different things that we're looking to do coming up to raise funds to support our youth programs. So if you're looking just for an opportunity to volunteer, we could, many hands make little work. So you can email me at centurycitydst@gmail and say, hey, Shonelle, I'd love to volunteer and do some community service, and we'd welcome you.
Did you guys hear that? For any noobs out there who might be on the left coast, feel free to go out there and serve the women of DST. And Shonelle promised that if I show up, they won't be getting on my nerves. Huh?
I promise. Pyramids and diamonds. Pyramids and diamonds. You know how that is. You know how we do that crimson and cream, right?
Yes. Actually, our chapter at Beta at U of I, they really work closely with the Deltas, and they do their events together and everything. Yeah. So
yeah, beautiful thing.
Wasn't like that so much when we were on the yard, but wasn't anything against it. So, all right, but here we go. Let's jump into it. Early life. These are kind of questions, Shonelle. Part of what we do here on the Self Luv Show, we chronologue the lives of African Americans because we feel like the blockchain is coming. So if we don't tell our story, then society is going to keep telling our story. So just look at it in a nutshell, Shonelle, that conceivably your kids can watch this and hear the words from your mouth. So just your early life, can you just kind of for everybody here, when and where were you born, and if you can briefly describe kind of what it was like being raised there during that time frame.
Absolutely. I was born and raised in Oakland, California. I'm repping today. I got my shirt on, the town, go Golden State.
Yes, I love Oakland.
We still love the Raiders, athletics representing. Born and raised in Oakland, and I grew up in Oakland and in Berkeley, attended Berkeley High School, college at University of California, Santa Cruz, go Slugs. So I'm definitely been a Bay Area kid through and through. I feel very, very fortunate to have been raised in the Bay Area. It's just a wonderful, wonderful place to grow up. One of the most beautiful things I think about growing up in the Bay Area is that, everybody's culture is embraced. Everybody's culture is respected. We see beauty in differences. I went to elementary school in a relatively affluent part of Oakland, and I had friends of all races in elementary school and middle school, and I was welcomed into homes of different, friends of different races. In elementary school, we celebrated the Jewish holidays. Somebody's auntie or uncle would come in and teach us about dreidel, and we would have potato latkes and learn about the Jewish culture and the Jewish faith and Hanukkah. We went to the symphony and learned about classical music for field trips. We went to the parades for Chinese New Year or for the Native American celebrations. Like, everybody was treasured and respected, and all cultures were celebrated. And I don't even think that I realized how important that was or how rare that was until I got into college. I mean, I went to Berkeley High School, the only high school campus in the country with a Black Studies department. There are colleges that don't even have Black Studies departments. In fact, most of them don't. So the curriculum, to have a Black Studies curriculum as a teenager in high school, it was just a very, very special thing. I studied Swahili in high school. I studied Black authors in high school. The people that would come, Stokely Carmichael, who was one of the Black Panthers, came and spoke at my high school. It was just such a beautiful thing as an African-American woman to be in an environment where there's just such a beautiful celebration of every color, of the rainbow. So I won't say that life was always easy. I lived, in the lower bottom. Anybody who's familiar with the Bay Area, West Side Oakland, Acorn Projects. I lived with my grandfather for a period of years. We didn't even have electricity or hot water. And I didn't know, we were living like that or that it was an issue, but that's how we live. I lived in a house with no electricity. That we used to heat our food in the fireplace. That's how we got hot water just to even take a bath, but that was just life with grandpa, at the time. And so definitely have had such a rich, diverse wealth of experiences growing up in the Bay Area. And I think that it really helped to shape me. It gave me that drive, that fire. My mom, wasn't always available after a certain point in my life. My mom disappeared out of my life in my senior year of high school, didn't really come back until my children were born. So, navigating that space, without my mom around. So just, lots of ups and downs, challenges, just like everybody else, just like you, Nine, we all have our stories, but that one is mine for the most part. I hope I covered that.
Absolutely. And yeah, big ups to, was it, you said Stokely, is that Kwame Ture or something?
Yes.
Yeah, big ups.
Yeah.
And then your upbringing as far as your education, I went to school in one of the better parts of Chicago as well. So some of the things you said about like I would go to the kid, you remember that commercial, "Where's the beef?
Yeah.
Where's the beef?" Yeah, the kid's grandmother went to my grade school, so I would be over there and she'd be in the kitchen. I'm like, say it. She
Right.
Yeah, she wouldn't say it, but but she
Here
made
one time. Come on.
But Tori, my bad. I got some other things to say, and then we'll jump into it. Go ahead, Self Love.
Hey, welcome, Shonelle. Glad to have you.
Pleasure to be here.
It's a blessing. Welcome to the Self Luv Show, being a part of the Give Back gang.
Mm-hmm.
And we greatly appreciate it. We know you're going to expand the consciousness of the Self Love Nation. So we're looking forward to this conversation.
Facts. And Self Love, you got a license, don't you, in Illinois?
No, I'll let it expire. And,
yeah, well, but still,
I am. Yeah,
your knowledge hasn't expired.
No.
Now, another thing I want to say, Shonelle, before we move on is people from the Bay Area, specifically Oakland. Mm-hmm. Self Love, I told you that they kind of remind me of cats from back around the way. Like, I'll meet a lot of these cats and I'll be talking to the brothers and I'll be like, "Man, you from Chicago? You from Milwaukee?" I'm from Oakland. Okay. Yeah. You're like, all right. Okay, so can you just kind of discuss your elders, your ancestors, how they would have been interacting with you as a child? Maybe, any lessons that you may have been getting, growing up?
Oh, wow, man. That's just such a special question. It's making me emotional to think about it. Because my grandmother, Dr. Audrey Guest Knight, was just such a treasure to me. Fortunately, my grandmother's still with us, but she currently has Alzheimer's. So, there's challenges, of course, in dealing with that. Mm-hmm. But my grandmother was the first Black valedictorian at San Francisco State University. She was a postal worker with 7 children. She was a wife and a mom with 7 kids, and decided to go back to school and pursue her education, and did not stop until she achieved her PhD and became an educator within the Oakland School District for about 35 years. And I'm a mom of twins, so I know what it takes just with the 2 that I have. Just trying to get up and get them, when they were small, my twins will be 22 this month, but just trying to get up and get them to school and to get them to eat and clean the house and get them dressed. And I can only imagine what that is like when you have 7 children, and then just the demand of rigorous scholastic pursuits and educational, study. And, you have cats that are like Robert Guillaume or Roscoe Lee Brown, Sidney Poitier, these great African-American figures who spoke with such clarity mm-hmm. and such diction. My grandmother's one of those. And she just modeled achievement, womanhood, Black womanhood, elevation of self, just so beautifully for me, my whole life. And, even to this day, I still, just revere her so much. I'm not sure she knows how much I really revere her, but, just an amazing, amazing woman. Her father, Reverend Isaac Sherman Williams, my great grandfather, was a wonderful minister. I was very excited to spend more time with him in his later years before he transitioned. And just learning from them, just self-respect, hard work, taking care of yourself, faith in God, just lessons and things that were modeled for me that I could just look and just see and just knew I had to fall in line because that's what the expectation was. I grew up in a family with high expectations. The ancestors, I think, would really, really, hopefully be pleased with how their influence has come down over the years and helped to shape the woman that I am. So those two particularly stand out to me, Grandma and Grandpa Williams.
And the one word that jumps out to me about the women from that generation that you're referring to is grace.
Yeah.
Grace. That's like a step above class.
Mm-hmm.
It's class with with a little bit more. Yeah. So big ups to your ancestors and also to your grandmother. Sorry to hear about the Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Who was the first United States president that you remember growing up?
Jimmy Carter.
How many times?
I remember. I say that because my grandmother met him. We have a picture with my grandmother meeting Jimmy Carter, my uncle,
Wow.
mama, and I was invited to the White House by George Bush. So, we always say, we the family that roll with presidents.
Wow.
But
Wow.
yeah, that's the first one I remember.
Okay, and that's the grandmother that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Has a picture with her. Wow.
I
Wow.
got my picture with George Bush upstairs. Want me to show it to you?
Which one?
Picture with me and George Bush.
The first one or the second Bush?
Junior, the second one.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll take a look at it. But let me ask you this: how many times, if any, can you remember hearing any gunfire growing up?
Ooh. The crazy thing is that I don't know that I knew it was gunfire. You know what I mean? Because they're just sounds that you kind of grow up hearing. I actually hear gunfire now where I live now, quite honestly. But I can remember being really young, and by really young, I mean probably like maybe like 7. And not hearing it a lot. But I remember when actually it was probably younger than that, because when I was much younger when I lived in Acorns. But I remember oftentimes how quiet the nights would be. And I used to love looking out the window as a small child. And sometimes going to bed and hearing that crack, the sound of that crack of gunfire. I didn't hear it a lot, but I do remember hearing it. So I was probably more like 5 when I remember hearing that.
Okay. So your city, it changed. Now, Oakland and Chicago is similar. With like, that real artsy, pro-Black type of agenda, education. So when did you get a sense of the city, turning different?
Different in what way? What do you mean turning different?
With the gang violence and the Bloods and the Crips and all of that.
Interestingly, I moved out of the Bay Area in '94. I graduated from college and I got a corporate job that relocated me actually out to Bakersfield. And interestingly enough, in Oakland, we didn't do that Crip and Blood stuff in Oakland for a long time. For a long time. We just didn't play that. In Oakland, you didn't really have gangs like that. You had people that just grew up on a street or grew up on a block, and they would roll together. Now, I think, you have Crips and Bloods, and with the large Latino population that's come and taken over the east side of Oakland. I think we have that now, but that didn't really happen until after I left. But my whole time growing up, I never heard of Crips and Bloods till I got into college with people from LA. That just wasn't the part. We just didn't roll like that down there. It just wasn't happening. You couldn't come down here talking about a color. Brothers weren't really going for that. So for the most part, it was the same city, for most of my growing up. But once I went away and then came back, like when I come back now, it's so different. It's so I don't even recognize my city. Areas and neighborhoods that people wouldn't touch. That whole West Side, Lower Bottom, it's so saucy right now with all the investment that's come into Oakland. It's incredible what they've done and the money that's come in and the gentrification that's going on. And I mean, it's absolutely bananas. And don't get me wrong, because I'm a capitalist. You know what I'm saying? I'm a capitalist. So there's a part of me that absolutely loves that. I'm in real estate. So I love taking something that is just worn down over time and coming in and putting my thing on it and turning it into something amazing. That's what I do. So there's I love that. I'm not totally mad at it. But I give you one example of something that really always bothered me. In East Side Oakland, there was a house that was used as a church in a residential neighborhood. That church had been there for 40 years. Every Sunday, choir rocking, word going on and everything. And there was a white family that moved into the neighborhood, as what starts to happen with gentrification. And this white family thought that the church was too loud on Sunday mornings. So they called the police and made noise complaints. And so that church had to stop singing because the white family thought it was too noisy. And it's like...
So I can move into Wrigley Field, right? And complain about the Cubs, my black self, right? Hey, these bars are making noise all night. Can you do something about that?
You know what I'm saying? That story always sticks out to me because I think that's the part of gentrification that just like cracks my soul. You know what I'm saying? That just cracks my soul.
We used to have that at school, like literally University of Illinois. We had a mansion. I mean, a real frat mansion, right?
Wow.
On Frat Row. And the police would be there stopping our party. And it would literally be a party wilder and louder across the street.
Right, down the street.
And we'd be talking to the black officers and the white officers like, look, I'm not trying to be a snitch. I don't want to be that guy, but are you guys serious? You know what I mean? Yeah.
So you're going to roll past that party to get to us, to tell us to be quiet. That's what we're doing? Like, come on.
Yeah, but they called this in. They didn't call that in. All right, well, give me your phone.
Right, let me call. Exactly.
Because now that this party's over, I want to get some studying done and get to sleep, You guys are right. Everybody's got to quiet down. All right, well, let's move on. I digress. Well, that was great. I appreciate that. Sure. This is normally where we would get it to self-love, but I do have one last question for this segment. As a silverback, and we say silverback because we want our money back, meaning reparations. We're going to repair this nation through reparations and take that money and invest in realty. But anyway, as a silverback, big homie gorilla, we spell gorilla like guerrilla warfare. We demand our silverback. What advice, if I had a time machine and you were sitting there, it's your 9th birthday, and all those elders and ancestors are around you. It's a big party they did for you. And you're at the point where they say, make a wish and blow out the candle. And you wish to meet yourself, to have a moment where yourself now can talk to you. So time freezes and you're back there now. What advice? What are you going to say to yourself? What is the adult you going to say to the child you?
Wow. I would probably tell the child version of me, how beautiful I am and how beautiful she is in that moment. Because as a child, I don't think I ever knew that. Um, you know, as a sister on the more chocolate end of the spectrum, I often got teased about my skin color. So I didn't feel, you know, like I was pretty or beautiful. But, you know, as the years went on, you know, and the brothers, you know, started, you know, checking for this chocolate, you know,
Yeah.
I learned later on that, you know, that this packaging right here actually is beautiful. And when you don't know that you're beautiful, when you don't know that you're a treasure, when you don't know that you're valuable, you know, and this is for all, you know, young girls. You know, I grew up without my dad. So if you don't have that that dad love, if you will, you know, to kind of give you that, or you don't know that in yourself, then you don't always make the best choices, you know, as a young woman coming up. And so I would go back and tell myself, you know, just the future is amazing. There's a lot of really great things that are awaiting young Cocoa Chocolate, you know, Shonelle, and that she's just beautiful inside and out. And my mother told me that my mom took a trip to India. And, you know, in India, you can see seers on the street, like they'll just be sitting on the street and they'll tell you, you know, your future, something about you. And my mom saw this guy show pictures of myself and my sister. And the guy looked at my picture and said, many people will call her landlord. I
Wow.
was a kid, this guy in India, never seen, don't know anything about the picture. And said, many people will call her landlord. And I didn't think anything about that at the time. But I would probably tell my young self then, like, it's true. It's true. It's coming, girl.
Yeah.
You stay strong. You know,
And
go
also,
on these fools.
and also that high yellow is going out of style too,
Right.
right?
You know, your time is coming, Coco. Your time is coming. Albie's not gonna be around forever. Like, it's all right.
Man, all day. So, you guys, we are here with Miss Shonelle Blake. She's a Oakland Bay Area native, and then now she's here in the lovely Southern California area as I. So I did want to jump into and she's a real estate professional and investor as well. So I do want to get into the more growth and development platform. It's a series of questions that we ask everyone, but we don't ask everyone the same. Well, it's a series of questions and we just pick and choose which questions we ask someone. So I'll start with this one for you. What is your take on reparations? What's your take on reparations?
My take on reparations, and I presume you mean reparations for African Americans in this country.
Fact.
My take is, you know, let's be fair. Let's be fair. If you're going to give compensation to the Jews, you know, for the loss of their you know, family heirlooms, art, jewelry, you know, and try to make them whole for that. If you're gonna repair with the Japanese, you know, in the internment camps, if you're gonna pass a law against a hate crime because you know, our Asian brothers and sisters are being targeted right now because of the coronavirus, but Black men are getting shot down in the street, Black women are getting shot down in their own homes, let's go on and make that thing equal. Let's go on and be fair and make that across the board. That's how I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't decide that someone else's trauma is more valuable than someone else's. The Holocaust was horrible. And whatever reparations they got from that, they had every bit of it coming. Japanese internment camps was egregious. And whatever they got from that, they had all of that coming. But you can't tell me that slavery is any less. You can't tell me that Black bodies in the street are any less worthy than for recompense than anybody else. You know, so that's how I feel about it. If we're gonna do it for everybody. That includes us.
True or false? The Haitians, prisoners of war who revolted and earned their freedom through violence, quote unquote. True or false? They were made to repair the French banks and government through financial restitution, and they just recently made the final payment. True or false?
Oh wow. You you got me on that one. I don't have a lot.
Unfortunately, it's true.
Wow.
So when those people stood up in Haiti, right, and
Hmm.
ran those people out of their island or what have you,
Right.
they had to they got a big bill.
Wow.
So yes, reparations today. Cut the what self?
Correct. Cut the
Yeah.
crap, cut the check.
Facts. So we're in
Wow.
agreement with you there. All right. Any myth or stereotype regarding Black women from the Bay in particular, or just Black women in the U.S. in general that you would like to address?
I mean, there are definitely a couple of things that I think that Black women, it's a burden that Black women shoulder in terms of how we're perceived. I think that oftentimes we're perceived as angry and bitter. And I think in some cases, we have a lot of reason to be, angry and bitter, but that's not who we all are. I think everybody experiences anger. Everybody experiences bitterness. And why, for some reason, when we have those emotions or experience that, somehow it's a label that we carry, as in it personifies who we are.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's it's not only unfair, it's also inaccurate. I don't think the world realizes how tender our hearts are and how fragile we really are, because we love well, we love hard, and we love beautifully. Unfortunately, the world doesn't always show us the kindness that is a platform for that part of who we are to always, reveal itself. And so I have a friend of mine who has a show, a YouTube show that he's a part of, and I was watching it last night just to support his show. And he was doing this whole thing talking about, women are like two peas in a biscuit. There's this whole thing that he did in reference to like the whole side piece thing, and women taking pictures looking like mug shots. It was just like, dude, like, so come on, man, when you have this platform, why do you want to, kind of put us out there in that way? I just remember watching it, like it was just really, it's their vantage point, they have their right to their opinion, but the whole angry Black woman, bitter thing, I don't think that people realize that you can inspire so many other things from a Black woman if you just put the inspiration there. We do respond.
Yeah. No Black woman, no humanity.
Facts.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
For sure. This is where, all life springs from, and that's the most beautiful, incredible thing.
Facts. And you better believe if white women could say that, that would be up front. Seriously, they'd be able to walk the street and they'll tell Tory to kiss my lily butt, and he'd legally have to do it. He'd have to do it.
No options. You're down there and do it. No choice.
Yeah, no options. I mean, this is the mother of the earth, for God's sakes. Okay, well, let me shift gears because you're into the business part. So, what should I've been talking a lot about foundational Black Americans and self-love. We'll have some meetings. I've been aligning with some Ethiopians and some Africans as of late, and we've been having some great discussions, really great discussions. But I'm going to keep the question as it is for now. What should foundational Black Americans do to eliminate the financial gap between ourselves and our pink counterparts? And we refer to white people as pink until they prove to us that they have those special qualities that when you look in the dictionary and you see white, clean, and things of this nature. Pure, yes, trustworthy. Up until then, they're pink.
Understood. I think two things. Get fiscally educated. Learn about money. Study about money and these systems and how money moves and how money works. And there's so many opportunities to be able to make money if you would just take the time. There are so many amazing podcasts and books and things that are out there that talk about how to be able to get ahead. And there's so many things that it doesn't even matter what you look like, what color you are, to be able to make money. The internet has made that possible. Social media has made it possible for us to take so much of our own destiny into our own hands and to have access in ways that we didn't, when we were coming up. So get out there and engage, dig, study, learn, ask questions. The information to change your fiscal situation and your financial future is available. And then the second thing is, don't be scared. Once you have that knowledge, get out and do something with it. People talk to me. I wish I had a dime every time I heard somebody say, oh, real estate, I've been meaning to get into that. Will you mentor me? Will you teach me? Like, how did you get this building? And how did, you know what I mean? Like, people all the time. And I'm the type of person that believes I lose nothing sharing what I know with you. It takes nothing from me, because what's mine is mine. And you can't get what's mine because it's mine. So I don't feel threatened. I'm happy to share whatever I have if it's going to help edify somebody else or help, my folks to be able to grow or get to wherever they want to go. But I always give my number to people and say, whenever you're ready, if you're really serious, call me. And 99.999% of the time, I don't ever hear back from people. So if you have the knowledge and you don't apply it, if you get the resource and you don't do anything, if you got the seed and you never plant it and nurture it, it's never going to yield for you. So once you get the money or the knowledge or the information, you have to get out and do something. There is something in the doing. You have got to do something with it. And that's the most frustrating thing for me, because I want to see our folks get a piece of this land. It's not as hard as you think. You have to be committed to the goal. You have to be disciplined, and you have to sacrifice. You might not be able to go hang out like you used to. You may not be able to go get those shoes or those purses like you used to. You may not be able to get those tennis shoes, or maybe go to the games or hang out with your boys, or be at the bar every weekend, like you maybe like to do when you want to chill out. You might have to cut back on some of that so that you can stack your money and make a move. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing that I see the most often. Or I got to get my credit perfect. I'm working on my credit. Your credit doesn't have to be perfect to own property. It doesn't. And if I had a dime for all the people that, when I bought my building in Leimert Park, it was $270,000 for a 4-unit building in Leimert Park. That building now is worth over 1.5 mil.
Wow.
Right now. For $270,000. And at the time I bought it, there was a sister that was in the building. She worked for the people I bought the building from. And I remember her looking at me and just being like, I never would have paid this much money for that building. I mean, I might have paid $230,000. I mean, you got it now, but I mean, you overpaid. I never would have paid this much money for this building while she was still renting. It always seems like it's too much at the time. It always seems like it's expensive. So we don't make moves. But you got to get in the game. You got to get in the game if you want to be a player, if you want to play. People talking about, I'm a player. Nah, you got to do something to be in this game. And so those are like the two things. Go study and learn some stuff. And then when you get the knowledge, you gotta do something with it.
Tori, I'm gonna throw it to you, but I love the gem when you said the information, and then you threw the analogy about a seed. A seed is the information, but a seed is just a seed if you don't, put that information and bury it, till it, toil it, whatever you got to do.
Water it.
So, Self, you booted out after the first life segment. I don't know if you had a question in the early life segment or in this segment, or else we can keep it pushing.
Well, I got one for I do have one for the early life, but I think I want to roll with this one where we at. What are some difficulties you overcame in your process?
You know, I think one of the biggest difficulties I think I had was, you know, as I mentioned earlier, was my mom disappearing out of my life. You know, I was in my senior year of high school, you know, this, you know, senior pictures, senior prom,
Man.
you know what I'm saying? You know,
Yeah.
grad night, all those things, you know, that, you know, yearbook, pictures, class ring, all those things that come with, you know, your senior year in high school. And I'm sure most of you, you know, if you, you know, I'm not going to tell my age. You can see by this gray hair, you know, I've been around for a minute, right? But, you know, you were watching Happy Days and Silver Spoons and all these things.
Happy days.
Right, you know.
Thursday, happy days.
Exactly.
Friday, Saturday, happy
Happy
days.
Days,
Saturday.
See, all right, you guys are with me, right?
Yeah, I watch
So
it.
you get that idealistic sense of what this time of your
1,
life
2,
is supposed
3
to be
o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock.
Right.
5, 6, 7 o'clock.
Oh,
No,
you're
they
going
had 2
back to the
stars.
original.
Yeah, they had 2 stars. My bad. I won't do that no more.
That's okay. That's okay, because I'm liable to break out in song too, so we can all have a good time with it. But you know, you had this sense of these high school years and what that was supposed to be like, and you know, and I expected all those things, you know, from myself as well. So to be at that time of my life, and one day my mother just never came home. That was insane. You know, my sister had gone to college the year before, so it was just me, my mom, and her boyfriend, you know, and God bless him for just being a stand-up dude, you know, because she just didn't come home one day. And I had no idea what was going on or what happened. That was really, really tough for me. I was working at Taco Bell in high school. I was working at Taco Bell and at McDonald's. You know, they had me as a teenager closing Taco Bell late at night, which was against all kind of labor laws. But that's how I was able to make some money to, you know, cover, you know, take my senior pictures and, you know, get a dress for prom. You know, I did all that stuff, you know, get my yearbook. I did all that stuff, you know, myself in my senior year. And even trying to apply to college at UC Santa Cruz, I didn't really have any help with that, which was, you know, even though I came from an educated family, you know, I came from a highly educated family, I didn't really have help. Nobody was really helping me through that. But just like a miracle that I made it to college, and God bless UC Santa Cruz, their EOP department, that they, you know, reached out to me. They wanted me to come. They were trying to recruit Black students into the UC system. And I was a beneficiary of that effort. And when I got to college, you know, financial aid was an issue because they're like, we need your mother's tax returns. I'm like, I don't know where she is.
All right.
I don't know what to tell you. And if it weren't for a few people looking out for me at UC Santa Cruz in the administration, you know, I wouldn't have made it through. I mean, I used to sneak in the bookstore because I didn't have money to buy books. So I would get a book and I'd get down in the corner behind a copy machine and read so I wouldn't fall behind, you know, in classes. And they almost kicked me out of school because I didn't have money for the meal plan. So they were like, well, you can't be here and not eat. And I was able to get
Well,
a
you can't be here and not feed the system. You're not buying the books. You're not paying for the food.
Right.
They don't care if you eat. They could care less if you can't eat.
Well,
you're not feeding this system.
They're like, we can't be responsible for you if you're not eating.
Yeah.
You know, have money for the meal plan. So they helped me to get a job at a cafe just so I could have one meal a day. And that's how I was able to, you know, to stay in college. But to have your parent, you know, your primal parent just disappear out of just imagine just your parent just didn't come home one day. That was really, really tough. But honestly, I'm so grateful because it just gave me so much grit and so much tenacity. And I don't think I even knew how much that would serve me later on, you know, in life. So, you know, I mean, not to, you know, go on and on about it, but that was just a really, really difficult challenge. But, you know, I said, God bless my mother, whatever journey she's on, wherever she is, I got to focus on what I'm trying to do and get through this school and get this degree so I can set my life up, you know, and then we would meet back up 10 years later. Now my mother lives out here in LA. So, but that was a tough thing to go through as a young person. In fact, I got dropped off at UC Santa Cruz as a freshman. My family didn't even come back to the campus until the day I walked the stage.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
You'll get some stuff out of that. You'll figure some things out.
You know, it's a sink or swim mentality, I guess, huh? You know, you're gonna figure it out. what's your take on Black Lives Matter?
Ooh, that's interestingly, Melina Abdullah and I went to high school together.
Mm-hmm.
Berkeley High School graduate, Yellow Jackets. And so I have a lot of respect, just for her being one of the people who got the Los Angeles chapter, underway. So, I have just a lot of respect for her, and I have a lot of respect for the intent of the movement. I think that BLM gets a tough rap because people, feel like, well, if it's Black on Black crime, why isn't BLM, in an uproar about that? Or why don't they pursue this? Or why aren't they doing this other thing? And I think that that's kind of a heavy mantle to carry. The expectations of the community are so great, and our needs are so great. I think that a lot of people are looking at them because they've been able to achieve a certain platform, a certain level of notoriety, along the lines of, like an NAACP or an Urban League. We hear those organizations and we know who they are. We know who Black Lives Matter is, because they've achieved that. But I want them to be successful, and I want them as an organization, quite honestly, to be respected, because I think the intent is in the right place. But it's so hard for any one organization, I think, to be able to satisfy everybody, to satisfy the Black community. Somebody's going to be happy with what you're doing, and a lot of people are going to be very critical of what you're doing. So it's never easy when you serve, because the community didn't ask for your help. You know what I'm saying? I learned that from Kwame Ture, Berkeley High School. You be mad if the community kicks you, spits on you, cusses you out. You can never be mad because the community didn't ask for your help. You know what I'm saying? But we get out there and we do this and we serve because we have a calling in something that's greater than ourselves, and we do what we know is right to contribute where we can. And so I think that BLM is one of those organizations that doing that. I think that their intention is in the right place, but I don't think that they're perfect.
Yeah. Well, we've heard a bunch of different takes on BLM. I thought that was, well said. I thought that was well said. I my personal thing was, when you start getting funding from big corporations, it feels a little weird, like you're not saying, funnel this money towards feeding the people or something. But again, I refuse to pocket watch. They're doing the work, and there's a lot of negative media attacks against them, so
Yeah.
there's always that too. So
yeah, and if I could just throw in, I think again, you keep it in line with being fair across the board. You can look at a March of Dimes and be like, well, I know you guys are helping babies, but adults need help too. Like, what are you guys doing to help adults?
True.
Ronald McDonald House, okay, well, I know you're trying to help these families of these sick kids, but what about these other families?
What about police? What about the kids getting shot by cops? I hear what you're saying. Everybody's got their lane.
You can look at any organization and criticize them for not doing this other thing over here. And that's why I say, it's really tough to please everybody. And even if you are getting, money from corporations, I worked in a corporation, for a number of years, and have the opportunity to be able to funnel and direct funds in a certain area because I was given that authority. But, because it might be from the corporation, but it's the sister back here behind that money that's helping to make that possible. But those don't always be, you know what I'm saying? So just because the source is from a corporation doesn't mean that there's not a Black heart or an ally's heart behind that decision, because corporations don't even have to give money to anything, for us. So when we think of corporations, all a corporation is still people. It's still a person that has to approve that. There's still a person that has to say, hey, what about this thing over here? If we claim to be about these things, then we need to put our money where our mouth is, which is why it's so important that we have a seat at these many tables that those of us will never see. We'll never see those conversations that go on in those.
I agree with all of it, but it's unfair. What I was just going to say is unfair. I was going to say you wouldn't see Malcolm X doing a Cadillac commercial. However, Malcolm X had funding from a whole nation of Islam where he probably wouldn't have had the expenses and the overhead and the bills and the need to even consider.
Right. Exactly.
But I don't think he would have. But I'm just saying,
fair enough. Fair enough. But there are many ways to give. There are many ways to support.
Facts.
To help our people.
Facts.
That's just one way to get it done. But then you might, like me, you know what I'm saying? In Delta Sigma Theta, I've been running a youth program for boys aged 13 to 18 for the last 4 years. You know what I'm saying? And if I didn't tell you that, you'd probably never know that.
Mm-hmm.
Quietly with my boys, sowing that love into these young men and giving them exposure and opportunities and setting up where they can learn how to play chess and understanding how chess can help you become a sharper decision maker in the game of life, or bringing a barber in and like, hey, a lot of barbers start cutting hair when they're 13 years old. Why don't you put these clippers in your hand and see if you got something? Because you can feed your family, like this brother that's here visiting. He feeds his family with these clippers. Let's see, what you can do. Or teaching my boys how to podcast down over on Crenshaw, and with the brothers down there that let me use their podcast studio. Boys, how you can get use your voice and you can community with podcasting. We give where we can, and and it all counts. And it all matters.
It all matters.
It doesn't have to look like what Malcolm did to be valuable. You know what I'm saying? And so I think we got to give grace, if you will, if that love, that service, that financial support doesn't necessarily come in the package that we think it should come in, but it still counts.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. And then look, so we're gonna take like a 6-minute break, so you can stretch your legs and then maybe bring one of those pictures out or something. But yeah, we're stepping into halftime. When we come back, we're gonna talk just straight Realty game, and then we'll wrap it up.
All right, sounds good.
Appreciate you. So I'll go ahead and stop your cam and mute you, and so stretch your legs out or what have you. I don't think I can stop her stuff. Why can't I? I should have control of this. I might have made you the host and not the co-host.
Uh-oh.
Self Love.
Oh, there I am.
That's weird.
That's very weird.
That's weird. But so
yeah, I am the host.
Yeah, no, it's glitching. But before you do your thing, and take us to halftime, I forgot to jump off the riddle. The riddle I researched, I forgot the answer, so I had to come up with another one on a quick. So here we go. And we'll answer this at the end of the show. If the guest knows the riddle, or anyone in the chat, feel free to respond. Self Love, if you know the response, you know what to do. Give us a thumbs up. Here we go. What breaks yet never falls? And what falls yet never breaks? What breaks yet never falls? And what falls yet never breaks? That's the riddle du jour. A thumbs up on that, fella? No thumbs up? All right. Self Love's going to take us to halftime. Yeah.
Hey, you might have to make me co-host, because I'm making you host now.
All right.
Yeah, you do. All right. We at halftime, y'all. We're unpacking the Self Luv Show, 40 Acres in the Whip. Black Realty investors with Bay Area native Shonelle Blake. And it's expansive. I need y'all to like, share, subscribe, hit the bell, share it far and wide, y'all. Let's get some people here to this content. It's a blessing. We got some videos to check out for you. And need you to check out Mouthpiece Included tomorrow.
TATN, better guard your grill. TATN, T-A-T-N, 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 T-A-T-N.
No one had used less clothes, man.
No, yeah, he verified.
Fact.
He's a Chi-Town cat. That's for damn sure.
That's real.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man.
Hey, bro,
Yes,
but
sir.
hey, Scooter. Hey, if you ain't got nothing else for us, bro, we don't kick no silverbacks out, man. And Self Love and I, we appreciate you doing this, sir.
Man, appreciate y'all for giving me the opportunity, man. For sure.
Love, honor, respect.
Hey, big ups, and bro, show yourself out, and we love you for this, bro.
Man, appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for having me, man. Been an honor. Scooter chose, be looking out for that new album. The part 2, Wonder Years, another classic, bro. All Our Tears, we coming. Check me out, download the first one, and man, follow me on Instagram at Scooter Chose on all platforms.
I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world. And that's our job, is to spark somebody else watching us. We might not be the ones, but let's not be selfish, and because we're not going to change the world, let's not talk about how we should change.
24 years ago today, iconic rapper Tupac Shakur was shot here in Las Vegas.
The rapper was shot inside of a BMW while stopped at a red light on Koval and Flamingo. We all know the story. He then died 6 days later. The shooting happened after a Mike Tyson fight against Bruce Sheldon at MGM Grand. And then there was a brawl inside of the lobby right after that fight. Tupac was in the car with Marion Suge Knight, who was grazed by a bullet. No one has ever been arrested for Tupac's murder.
And even in this instance, if I could be a service to a 9-year-old girl or a 19-year-old woman or girl who wants to be a woman, is to really remember that self-love is the best way that you can receive love from anybody else, because it's coming from you. A lot of times we forget that. We look externally for this love. We look externally for this feeling of validation and adoration and approval, and it has to come from within.
I'ma show the world if they don't know. I'ma be the one. I'ma be the one when I'm done.
Woo! Yes, sir. Yeah, it's my joint. Welcome back to the Self Love Show. I hope you love those informative videos that TATN production puts together, man. Big ups. Today, we're breaking down 40 Acres in the Whip with Shonelle Blake. It's been very interesting and expansive. I know you enjoy it. So we're going to get back to it. Woo, Trafe.
Facts. Shonelle in the building. We talking improving our reality.
That music is loud. Can't hear you.
We talking improving our reality with Realty. Is it the distortion?
I can't even hear you.
Yeah, that might be on your end. Let me see.
All I hear is the music.
Yeah, that's your end, Tori. That's on your side. Shonelle, can you hear me okay?
I sure can. I can hear both of you.
That's all on my end.
Yeah, that's on your end, bro. So
I
you
can't even hear you say that.
All right. Okay. So welcome back. Second half, back in the building. But I agree with you, Self Love. We are, unpacking some gems here today with Shonelle. So we're back from our brief little hiatus. And so I did want to jump into the second half of these questions in deference to her time and everything. So let's see here. So now we're going to get more into the professional side, which most of our Self-Love Nation, Shonelle, they've been asking about, ways to make money and, investments like most adults are. So that's kind of where we are right now. So let's see here. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, I forgot about this one. When is your next comedy tour? When is your next comedy tour?
You guys. Oh, that's just been oh man, I miss the stage so much. I really, really do, man. It's a beautiful thing to be a creative and to have that thing in your heart and just go for trying to just share it, with the world. When my kids got into high school, I stopped performing because I needed to focus on making sure my children got into somebody's college, somebody's university. So I booked out of everything. And then once they got into college, then I had to find a way to pay for their college. And so my daughter graduated in 20, and my son actually just graduated. My daughter graduated from San Diego State, and my son just graduated this past May. So mission accomplished. I got both my babies through college. They both have their college degrees now. And I'm at that place where I'm like, okay, are you gonna get back out there? Like, what you doing? And the world is a very funny place. There's a lot of funny shit to talk about. Ooh, I can say that, right?
You can. And the more tragedy there is, the more room there is for comedy. But I told my wife, I said, man, and she knows I'm real funny about, they'll run a woman out there on the stage and I'm supposed to just laugh at her because she's a female.
Nah.
I'm real funny. And I'm not going to drop names about people who keep getting all these comedy jobs. And, my big sister, her real name is Wanda. So I'm talking about my big sister. But what I'm saying is there's people who get thrown out here and they just have never made me laugh. I mean, from every spectrum. And I went through yours because you got some stuff on your YouTube channel, and I was rolling. I'm like, this is a damn shame. I told my wife, I'm like, she's supposed to be out here, she's supposed to be writing in Hollywood, because you own to something. So, but this ain't about the comedy. We're gonna, after the end of this segment, we're gonna play we made a video, the promo video for this show, and we had a little snippet of your comedy there, which was hilarious. So, but so how did you, transition into reality? I mean, into realty. How'd you get into that? And then if you can segue into life as a landlord.
Absolutely. As I mentioned, before when I talk about my mom and just the challenges with my mom, I can also turn around and say, my mom was a real estate agent. When I was growing up, my mom worked in real estate. She was an agent. She had her own office for a little while. And my mom was definitely a hustler as well. I think I got a lot of that from her. My mother didn't teach me the game of real estate. I had to learn that on my own. But what she did give me was this, and this is a big part of when I talk to people about trying to get started in real estate or people who want to go buy a house. My mother gave me this nugget. She said, don't buy a house. Don't buy a property where you have money going out when you can buy a property and have money coming in. And what that meant was, don't just buy a single family house where you have a mortgage that you have to pay every month. Buy units so you can have apartments, and those units will help pay your mortgage for you or entirely pay your mortgage for you. And I never forgot that. So when I bought a property, when I went looking for my very first property, I didn't look for a house. I didn't look for a condo. I went looking for units. And that's my building that's in Leimert Park, my fourplex building. My mother also owned units while I was growing up. So she would buy a property. We would live in it for 2 years, it'd be run down. She'd fix it up. We live in it for 2 years, and then we'd move out and go do it again. So my mother also was a bit of a flipper, even though I didn't know that's what it was, at the time as a kid growing up. So there were some things that she left me with that just, always be careful how you live your life, because it might be the only Bible that somebody else reads. You know what I'm saying? You never know how that one thing that you do, or a few things you do, how they'll somebody, how they can change somebody's life. You know what I'm saying? So those little nuggets that my mom left me with just made such a lasting, I didn't know that they would, but they did. And led me to this opportunity to be here and talking with you guys, about it. So that's really kind of how I got into it, was just having that modeled for me and just getting that through osmosis from watching, my mom. And so when it was time for me to buy, I bought units. And once you buy units, that puts you on a trajectory, because you're not just living in a house. You got rent to collect. You got taxes that you got to deal with, certain taxes from the city, code enforcement and all that. You got inspections from the city you got to deal with. You have to deal with advertising, because when a tenant moves out, you got to figure out how to get somebody else in there to make that money. You got to market, your units. You got to screen people so you don't just let anybody in there. You got to fix your place up after somebody tore it up. Where you going to get that money from? You got to collect deposits. You got to refund people deposits when they come back. I mean, you got to make sure the roof's not falling in or something's falling apart. You got to, clog toilet. Like, buying units opened up a whole different world for me in terms of, real estate. And I learned a lot, so being a landlord, it can be tough, but it's not something that you can't learn, that you can't master. And in real estate, all things are solved. You can solve just about anything in real estate with money. So if you're in a situation where you have a property that's making you money, you are putting yourself in a situation where you can be a problem solver, because you are generating the resources to be able to help you to solve problems for other people and for yourself. So that's kind of where I got that from, how I wound up, getting started. And from that one building, I bought 7 other pieces of property, and this is why I say it's so important. Just get in the game. Because if you're buying in a place like Los Angeles or anywhere in California where the properties appreciate anywhere from 3 to 5% annually, or in some cases more, depending on what's happening in the market, that 270 property is going to be valued at 300. Then it's going to be valued at 311. Then it's going to be valued at 337. Then it's going to be valued at 395. Then it's going to be valued at 450. And it's going to keep going. And then you can take some of that money, you can go buy something else.
Get another one.
The process. And do it again and again. I met a neighbor of mine in Leimert not that long ago, because I go and I sweep up in front of my building multiple times a week, because I just like my place to look good out front. And this guy was like, I own 8 buildings in this neighborhood. And he's like, I don't take seconds. I just let my buildings appreciate. And when they get to a certain point, I pull that money off and go buy another one around the corner. And the guy just, he kind of dusty, raggedy, doesn't look like money. He got 8 buildings in Leimert Park.
Man.
Difference between looking rich and being rich.
Man.
Just for some context, I want you to keep going there. Stay right there. But for context, you said your mom was a flipper, and I'm just trying to figure out how that works. Is that like, so was she at San Diego Zoo and the dolphins and be like, I need somebody on the side of me to help me flip? Just for those of us who are flipping, she talking about flipping, who are less sophisticated in the realty game. What do you mean by flipping? Can you kind of define that?
Well, first of all, let's take it back. So I know, flipping as a concept is not unfamiliar to the Self-Love Nation. So, when I say flip, that basically means you get something, you start with it, you build something to it and go ahead and make a little more than what you had when you started. So let's be fair. Now, I know everybody can kind of hold on to what I'm talking about when I say flip. Now, when we translate that to the real estate game, what that means is that you're taking a property that either has not been well maintained, a property that might be depressed, a property that may not have been cared for, that has a lower value in the market because of deferred maintenance, or maybe there was a fire and they never fixed the house up. But basically a property, or that, like they say, ugly houses, if you will, call them ugly houses. And then you buy that property for a certain price. You go into that property, take some money, make it go from an ugly duckling to a beautiful swan. You with me? And then you now sell it at a higher price point than what you got it. That spread in between, that's the money you get to keep after you pay the expenses associated with the transaction. Because you got to pay, the real estate agents, you got to pay for insurance, you got to pay for title, if there's taxes due, all that's got to be paid. And then whatever's left over, that's your profit. We call that a flip. We flip properties out here in these streets. We take a property that's ugly, we make it pretty, and then make the money in between. That's a flip.
Yeah, I think everybody in the South Side and West Side of Chicago understands that terminology. Flip.
What's up, Yay area? Y'all know.
That was well said. All right. You guys, please like, share, subscribe, post this to your social media. And if you got any questions, lead it with a Q into the chat. I wanted to segue off of that question into, let's see, biggest. Oh yeah, well, Self Love kind of did it, but you were talking about your life. So, but more into Realty. Talk about some of the rewards and some of the biggest pitfalls or downfalls you can remember. Well, let's start with the downfalls, and then let's sweeten it up with the rewards, because we want to create investors and not scare them.
Gotcha. I definitely don't want to scare anybody, but I'm also going to keep it 100, because real estate is not a game for punks. It's not. It's high risk, high reward. And it's high risk, high reward because you use a lot of money in order to be able to make these deals happen. Now, the beautiful thing, if you really want to be a player in the game, then there are ways where you can get money from other people. You don't have to put your personal money at risk. There are a lot of people out here that are sitting on cash that want to be able to get a greater return for their money than what they could get in a CD, sitting in a bank account, even with the stock market. And there are people out there that will loan you money to be able to put it into the market.
Email me that list. Go ahead, though. Go on.
I'm sorry,
no. Email me the list of those people sitting on the money waiting on me.
That will give you money. And here's the cool thing about it. This is the thing that kind of got me being on the investor side of the business. That's different from, I want to buy a piece of property, so I'm going to go to a bank, and then I'm going to do all the things that I need to do to get a bank loan to buy a property. And just so you know, not only do I have my real estate license in the state of California, but I also have my NMLS, which means I can do your loan for your house as well. Okay. You can go to a bank and go through that traditional route, but when you're an investor, you can find a guy that's sitting on $500,000, and in order to loan that money, he's not necessarily going to look at your tax returns. He's not interested in your credit score. He don't want to see your W-2s or want to see how many years you've been on your job, what's your title. He's not interested primarily in any of those things. He wants to sit down across the table from you and just kind of see what kind of gut feeling he gets from you as a person. Can he feel your character sitting across the table? Does he get the sense that you're somebody with integrity that he could trust with his money? And it's insane that people will give you money based on how they feel about you sitting across. Let's have lunch. Let's go sit down and have lunch and let's talk. Tell me about yourself. And they'll get a sense of who they're trying to do business with. And people will lend you money based on that. The first flip that I did actually was a referral from another agent. I had the knowledge and know-how, and I didn't have all the capital. And there was this guy that had the capital, but had no experience and wanted to start getting into real estate. He put us together. That guy gave me $40,000 to do a flip.
Wow.
I had another brother that I was trying to do. I needed about $80,000 to do the flip. He was going to give me 40. Another brother was supposed to give me 40. Midway through the flip, the brother disappeared. Just stopped returning my calls. No
N-words.
explanation, no nothing. Just disappeared. The white dude gave me the other 40 to make up for him so we could finish the flip. Gave me $80,000. So when you're in that investor game, stakes are a little bit different and the way we move is a little bit different. It really is about trying to find that tribe and that community of investors, because we know how this game works. You could have a 400 something credit score. It doesn't mean you can't make him money.
Right.
I mean, you don't know what you're doing out here with these properties, and that might, somebody might have been screwed up in the real estate crash and their credit might be damaged, but they know how to do a flip. So, it's a whole different ball game, when you're dealing with investors and access to capital and access to resources. And really, it can be just as simple as meeting someone, having a conversation, and them feeling good about you, where you can actually get access to capital to fund your deals and you're not coming out of pocket. But it's not a game for punks, but it's a game. If I can do it, I'm just a sister from Oakland. If I can do it, you can do it too. You got some smarts and you can sacrifice and you know how to study. I'm not super brilliant. I just studied the game. And I learned the game from studying and jumping out into the game and betting on myself and getting a result. And that confirmed that I could do it. So it's a process I can duplicate. You know what I'm saying? So anyone that's listening in the Self Love Nation, you have every opportunity to do the exact same thing. It's not unique to me. I'm not special in that regard. Different between me and some other people, I just went and did it. I didn't just talk about it or talk about wanting to do it. In fact, you know how we watch those shows on the home network and we get excited and the big move that bus, how excited that would be. Oh my God, look what they did to this house. I made a conscious decision to stop watching those shows. I said, I can't keep watching it. At some point, I have to be the one thing out there to do it. So I don't even, it's been years since I've even seen those shows. And I love the shows, but you can get caught up in watching it. Conversation and listening and analysis paralysis and, talking to people. At some point, you got to get your behind out there and actually do something. So I cut all the shows off so that I could be a doer,
I want to back you up a little bit. You were talking about the first property. I've heard that in some rich dad philosophies. Your home is a liability if it's just money going out.
Right.
But so you have multiple income property. Can you kind of talk about that? Because, well, let's do this. I'll just keep that in mind with this question. It's a thought experiment. The character's name, the person's name, the fictitious buyer's name is Pookie Doe. His first name is Pookie. His last name is Doe, because Pookie Doe, his God make it happen. You're going to get their dough. Now, Pookie Doe. Pookie Doe is looking to invest in his first rental property.
All right.
Pookie Doe owns new property, has subprime CPR, subprime credit, like what you were just talking about, and very little dough. What should Pookie Doe's process be?
All right. So if Pookie Doe wants to buy property, and it depends on what he's looking to buy property for. Is he looking to buy property because he wants to invest and use
rental property? He wants to use it for a rental property.
He wants to be able to use it to make money. So one of the first things that Pookie has to do is start studying real estate. You can want to get into real estate. There are a lot of elements to real estate. So you have to really start studying and learning. And I don't mean by, let me go on to Zillow and just start looking at housing and house prices or looking at the flipping shows. I mean, take some time and learn about real estate. Learn about the responsibilities of owning property. If you want to buy units and be a landlord, do some research about learning what that's about. One great website it's an amazing resource is biggerpockets.com. There's so much information. It's a community of investors and people that own multifamily properties, literally from around the country and around the globe. Biggerpockets.com is an excellent resource. There are also many podcasts that are out there on real estate. on everything from, lending and trying to get funding and financing, things dealing with credit. Now, mind you, I said you don't have to have excellent credit to be able to buy property, but it darn sure makes it easier, and it darn sure saves you money. What having a low credit score does is it says to the bank, you haven't done as great of a job with managing your finances in the past as I would like to see. So I'm still going to give you this money, but because it's a higher risk to me, this money is going to be more expensive for you than what I would charge somebody else that maybe has a 725 credit score. So I'm going to still give you this money, but it's going to be more expensive. But if you can improve your credit over time, you can come back and refinance and get a better rate like the people that have the better credit. So you're not closed out or shut out from being able to buy real estate. It's just going to be more expensive for you until you can get your credit into a more favorable space. So I would tell Pookie, first of all, you got to start doing your research, listen to podcasts, do research on the internet. You can take classes on real estate. And if you know people that own units, go have a conversation.
Mentor. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Experience. Go find some people. And that's for anything that you want to do. You could decide you want to be a beekeeper. You might want to look up and see where there's a local beekeeper you could talk to that's going to give you the real about what's involved. Now, there are horror stories. I got my own horror stories that I can tell you about real estate and challenges and difficult things and situations. But that's with anything. If you have a job and you work a 9 to 5, there's some horror stories about some chick or some dude that's been driving you nuts on the job, or some crazy client that you can talk about. That's just life. But the rewards far outweigh the challenges with it. The rewards are far greater, because when you start talking about real estate, now you're talking about legacy. Now you're talking about something that you're talking about generational wealth. Now you're talking about something that can impact the generations after you. So it's it's so worth it above any challenges that you would experience, just like, anything else. But those are the things that I would tell Pookie to do. And then when it's time, don't be scared, Pookie. Don't be a punk about it. You got to jump out there and get in the game. You got to put some money up. You got to put some money down, find a property, and commit to the process.
Man.
Y'all
excellent.
know I'm on if y'all let me keep talking. So,
No, that was excellent. Excellent advice.
Yes.
Self Love, you got anything to add to that before I move on?
I mean, that was extremely productive. And this lady clearly understands what she's doing and where she's going. So
facts.
And she's putting it out there for the Self Love Nation, and it's much gratitude to it.
Man, and in the chat, big ups to Jimi Hendrix, aka I'm the Overseer. Yo, Nope. He said, live your dream. He said, life is too short. He's going on with this big ups to Oakland thing. See, life is too short. Live your dream. Yeah. Too short. Yeah, big ups to Too Short. He typed in biggerpockets.com, and this ain't no game for punks. Facts. And congrats. Omni just closed on a new property, and I don't tell all his business, but he's a multiple property owner. He just got a second one, another one, I'll say, in Vegas. So definitely.
Yes.
Big ups.
Do that.
Big ups.
And it's an area that's just outside. You could literally, I went over there before he closed. He showed me the property.
Yeah.
I was going to try to backdoor him and, call up the agent behind him. I'll give you, what is he paying? I'll give him more. But no, I'm just tripping. But it was like, you could see the, what do you call it? The strip
from there.
And it's in the process of gentrifying. So it's kind of what she's talking about. He can find himself in a nice position if he doesn't just cash out and go and buy a bunch of Air Jordans and Ferraris and stuff. So.
Okay, Mercy. And if I could just jump in and say something else too,
Please.
because oftentimes, just two more things. Pookie also can partner. Pookie, you can find somebody out there that's already doing exactly what you want to do. Offer yourself as a partner and try to get this game from somebody who's already in it. You'll learn the ins and outs.
Like
the way it's different than just, maybe.
I love that.
Partner with.
The partner is like watching Shark Tank. The partner is more likely, because maybe you're investing with that partner and doing business with that partner. The partner, still a mentor, but they're in bed with you. You know,
Vested interest. That means they want you to have a game so you could, be successful with it.
And we all can make money.
Man.
Real estate is a team sport.
Yeah.
It is not a solo endeavor. It is a team sport. And there's a term that we use in the real estate game called, you got to have skin in the game.
Yeah.
They want to see that everybody that's participating has skin in the game.
All of my banking friends say that too.
And at risk.
Yeah.
All got to put something in it because now we're all incentivized to make it work. There's an urgency when we put our own stuff on the line. When I did, oh Lord have mercy, when I did my first.
That's a good point. Go ahead. Talk. Yeah. I want to hear this. Yeah, it's a good point though.
For anybody that's in LA, I did this flip on 109th place in Hoover. And if you know anything about the Hoover Street Crips,
anytime you hear Hoover, it just,
Lord have mercy. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's very dear to me used to be a Crip. When I told him I was doing a property over here, I was like, listen, who can I call? Who do you know, to help look out for the property while I'm doing this flip? And he said, you might want to call Jesus. That's how deep I was in the hood on that. The ex-Crip said, call the Lord for some help on that. Like he wasn't even trying to mess with it. And I used to go by and I would check on that property at night. And I know it's probably crazy. I probably shouldn't do that, but I had everything I had was sunk into this first flip. It needed to work. There was a young sister that kept breaking in to my property. She broke into my property several times. I would come to the property and I could tell that somebody had been in there and it was like, oh my gosh, and one night I came and I went by the property and that chick was in there taking a shower. She had broken in before and had taken a shower because she left wet clothes in the shower. I went there that night. She was in the property.
Wow.
Now, a reasonable person would have called the police.
Right.
Reasonable person would have been like, oh my God, there's somebody in the property. I don't know what I'm walking into.
Right. She was in there like Pop Smoke. Go ahead. Rest his soul. Big ups to the Hoover Crips. I don't want no problem.
So much skin in the game on this deal. And when I looked into the main bedroom where I had put this brand new carpet, I could show you pictures. My first flip came out. It was amazing. And it was on the market to be sold. This girl had trash. She had makeup. She had foundation that had smeared into the carpet. She had just trashed the bedroom and she was in the bathroom. And I banged on that bathroom door and told her to get her behind out here. And I read that sister up and down for coming into this beautiful home. I made her clean it up. You're going to clean all of this up tonight, right now. I wanted to put my fist through her throat so bad. And I know I shouldn't say that, but that's how I felt because I had
What kind of pistol were you holding?
Huh?
What kind of pistol were you packing?
I wasn't even packing that night. I wasn't even packing that night. I had my Glock right here.
And she cleaned up and left.
Right here. The only reason I did not call the police on her was because she was a young sister. And there was also paraphernalia that was in the mess. So I knew that she was on drugs. That girl couldn't have been more than 22 years old. So I wasn't going to call her and put that through that. But you better believe I made her clean all that stuff up before she left. And she didn't come back to my place. But when
you got the nerve to be nasty, but go ahead. I'm going.
You have everything on the line. When you have that skin in the game, you know what I'm saying? It matters. You move differently when you put yourself and your stuff on the line. So, in real estate, when you talk about partnerships, just to bring it back, you want to have everybody with some skin in the game because now we all have to, to sink or swim together. And ideally, we're all going to rise and we're all going to win together. So that's another thing that Pookie Doe can do. And also when you guys see like these real estate things that come into town, like, hey, you want to learn how to flip or
conferences and stuff. Yeah.
Got a 2-day, what have you, go to those. Now, mind you, they're going to try to upsell you some program, at the end, like you can buy our $20,000 program.
There's a bunch of like-minded people you're around there with.
But you will find community. You will find people who are new to real estate, just you will find people that you could potentially partner with. And the information that you will get on those 2 days is always out of this world. They're extremely valuable. They're great sources of information, and they are great sources of relationship capital, which is what you're going to need to get started. So I just wanted to add that in for what Pookie could do. But don't go buy your property on your first flip, Pookie, late at night, and it's somebody in there. I don't recommend going in, banging on the door. I don't recommend that. I did that. I probably should have done that, but I'm not going to recommend that for Pookie, though.
But what she did not say, Pookie, is continue to sit on the couch and deny yourself these loans and tell yourself that you can't buy a property. She did not say any of that.
Man.
Thanks.
Well, we were talking about team building. You were talking about teams. So that brought me into a question, and I feel as though there is no right or wrong answer. So to Shonelle, what's more important to a team for you? Is it the individual integrity, or the individual's integrity, meaning the individual's work ethic, trustworthiness, or the individual's ability to work well with others in a group? What's more important if you had to choose between those two things?
I think definitely the former over the latter. I can't even, I don't even fool with people with compromised integrity. We don't have to get along to make this money. We don't have to be friends. We don't even really have to communicate. We got email, we got texting, we got third parties, we got escrow. We don't have to necessarily, play well in the sandbox, with others, because, people who are risk takers oftentimes have eccentric personalities. They can be on the extreme elements of the extreme parts of the spectrum when it comes to like personality, and that's okay too. But it is much more important to me. There's too much on the line out here. You mess around and get hurt, doing some underhanded stuff or some backhanded stuff or not having integrity. So when you're talking about partnerships and that type of thing in real estate, character and your integrity and your honor as a man, your honor as a woman, keeping your word, all that's, man, these stakes are too high to be dealing with anything less. You don't even communicate. I don't do business with people that have poor communication skills. I don't. I was looking to do business out of state, and I found this whole real estate organization. It was really an agent out in Chicago. Okay.
Downtown, South Side in the building.
I don't know, Mr. Frank Montroe, who has an amazing business, killing it. His rehabs are like flawless, immaculate. He has such a system where he would find the properties. He's got the teams to rehab the properties, and he's the real estate broker and would sell them all on the south side. So if you were an investor and wanted to come in, he could either hook you up with the property, you could do it yourself, or he could hook you up with his crew. Like, you find the property, you just pay for the property, pay for the fix up, and then he'll go ahead and sell it. Y'all make them. I mean, it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. I flew out to Chicago, met with his team. They gave me 10 properties. They said, look at the 10, go by. Here's the access code. See how we work, how we get down, meet our crews. This is, let us know which one you're interested in. We can rock and roll. And I
got a friend over at Chicago Title. Go ahead. Right. I know how they roll. Yeah, I got a friend down at Chicago Title.
Yes. Your girl was rocking and rolling. And I chose the property that I wanted to work on. I had the financing all set up. I mean, everything was set. When I got back to LA, all of a sudden, I couldn't get anybody to pick up my call. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what happened. But I never tried to reach out to them again, because I don't do no communication in business.
Man,
there's too much money on the line.
Man,
and if you're not answering my phone call right now, what do you think it's gonna be when I got 30,000 in a deal? When I got 50,000 in the deal, you think it's gonna be all right for you to not answer my call when I got my money up?
And then after X amount of time too, you know what I mean? You could, you can have one of your teammates call back.
Somebody,
anybody.
Right.
Just want, we're really busy out here.
Right.
I'm so sorry, but we got your, anything.
Communication. Facts.
But that integrity, that's part of your integrity in business. That's part of your honor in business.
Facts.
Word and communication.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So I take those things as the universe letting me know this is not where I need to be. It's not where I need to be. I need to move on to something else. And I never went back to the Chicago market. Never went back to the Chicago market after that. And
so she'd take 5 Michael Jordans before 5 LeBrons.
Man, facts.
Hey, but you speak about team. What does your team consist of for an investor to figure out?
Every investor, really does need a team. If you don't have a real estate license, and you don't need to have a license to be an investor, I just happen to have one so that I can buy and sell at a discount. And what I mean by that is that whenever a real estate agent is involved in the transaction, you get real estate commission. And so if I'm buying the property and I'm the real estate on the deal, that commission that the other party pays for me acting in capacity as a real estate agent, that's money that is in the deal that I get. So it allows my property purchase to be, at a discount. And the same thing when I sell. If I'm the agent selling the property, then I don't have to pay myself a commission per se. That's also a discount that I can realize with my real estate license. And so my license is for me to be able to buy and sell at a discount. But you don't have to have a real estate license in order to be, to invest in real estate. But typically most investors will have a real estate agent on their team. You have to have a lawyer on your team. No two real estate deals look exactly alike. There's no way that all the elements on a real estate deal can be the exact same for two different parties on different properties. Every real estate deal is unique. So you need to have, a legal counsel that you can call or legal representation to help make sure that you don't do anything that could compromise you or put you at risk. And you don't want to do anything that could put the other party at risk so you don't get sued. So you want to have, your legal team that's in order. I happen to use Legal Shield because a lot of times, I'm not necessarily having to go to court, but I have questions about legal issues with real estate. And with Legal Shield, which is a service that I pay for, I can call and talk to a lawyer within 4 hours typically and ask my questions and get what I need just to make sure that I'm moving in a way that's legally compliant. You also want to have, your escrow company that you work with and your title rep. Title is so important. And the title on a property, when you deal with a title representative, that's the person that makes sure that the property that you're interested in buying, nobody else can lay claim to it.
Right.
Because that, you can go in, you can buy a property and think it's yours. Then somebody come out the woodwork and be like, this paper here says that property belongs to me. I had no idea what you were trying to do.
Sorry, that happened to Chris. We ain't gonna say his last name. Little Chris from around. Yeah.
Title is important. So you need a title rep that's on your team as well to be able to make sure that, that your title is protected and it's what we call unencumbered, that it's not a messy or dirty title that nobody else can come and claim it's theirs after you think that it's yours. And then of course, your financial partners, you need to have your lending partners to be able to work with, make sure you got the money, whether it's the money to purchase the property, to refinance so you can get better terms, maybe go from this interest rate to a lower rate. When Pookie though gets his credit in order, he can save some money on the interest he's paying on his financing. Your lending partner is also very, very important in your real estate. So you have the team of professionals around you, and it's not just limited to that. There are other players, depending on your appraiser and all those different, your contract.
Do you have a bookkeeper or accountant or a tax person?
I definitely have, a bookkeeper. I recently transitioned to a new tax person. The last person that I was working with, unfortunately, poor communication. I don't do business with people who don't communicate well. So I had to let them go. So I have a new tax person. But yeah, absolutely. You'll need those professionals as well. And if you can have just a partner, I've owned all of my properties by myself. I've never had a partner in real estate acquisition until recently. So I have a young brother, Matt Mosley, that I actually met on Clubhouse. And he and I have gotten together and started partnering so that, because we're like, I'm tired of doing this by myself. Me too. Let's do it together. It's rough out here by yourself, so that when you're analyzing deals and look, what do you think? Is this good? What about this? And when you're doing your homework on a property, it's good to have a partner just in the
Teamwork makes the dream work. I mean, that's the whole spirit of a corporation.
Man, no I in team. There's no
Man.
I in team.
Not that, I mean, there's definitely an M and an E, and not that you need E. You don't need I, but right. One word you don't have to define to the self-love nation. Many of us went to the University of Illinois, and we were encumbered multiple times a semester. I didn't even know what that word meant until my second semester in school. You're encumbered. Yo mama, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? When they told me, I never, right. They told me down in the payroll, in the office affairs with the money. So you're encumbered. What? Yeah, but I digress. Wholesaling. Have you ever done any wholesaling? Are you into wholesaling? Would you advise it? Talk about wholesaling.
That's a very, very good question. For a long time, I was not into wholesaling. I wasn't feeling it. I was like, man, I looked into it. It seems so easy, but I don't want to do it. And just for those who may not know what wholesaling is, because it's not as popular. First of all, there's so many different ways to do real estate. So many different things you can do in real estate. You can do commercial real estate. You can do manufactured homes, mobile homes, prefab homes. You can get into property management. You know what I'm saying? There's so many things you can do in real estate to make, tiny homes. You can have vacation rentals. There's so many things. So wholesaling is an element of real estate where you find someone who wants to sell their property and you get into a contractual agreement with them to sell you your property for a certain amount. When you have that contract, you then go find someone else who's willing to buy that property from you at a slightly higher amount than you agreed with from the seller of, the owner of the property, right? So when it comes time to close on the property with that person, and then you got this contract with this person, you close them at the same time. You actually never take real possession of the property. That property goes literally straight from this person to the other person, and that money in between, which could be as little as $1,000, or it can be $100,000. You get to keep all of that for you. That's wholesaling.
And in this market, which is a great real estate market, I'm understanding, would that be better for a wholesaler? I mean, does that mean they're making more money?
This is a great market for a wholesaler because there's so much activity. These properties right now are moving like hotcakes, man. We didn't know. The last flip I did, I started before COVID. And literally right when COVID started, I was in the early stages of my flip. And I was absolutely terrified because I didn't know how COVID was going to impact the real estate market. None of us did. You couldn't do showings. You couldn't have, houses going to work. But COVID stopped nothing. It actually lit a fire under the real estate market. And so properties were just moving, and they're still moving. And that coupled with the fact that interest rates are low right now. And the reason why that's an advantage is because when interest rates are low, it costs you less to access money. There's a cost to get money. That's what interest is. It's the price you pay for the use of someone else's money. But when interest rates are down, the cost for that money becomes a lot cheaper. And it's an economic stimulator because people say, ooh, money's cheaper. Let me go get some and go buy property with it. So with the lower interest rates, and by the way, interest rates are going to be going up probably next year, if not a little bit sooner. So money is still really cheap right now. It's a good time to buy something. Money is cheap. But right now, when COVID happened in that market, it everything just seemed to escalate. So if you're a wholesaler and you get a property under contract, there's all these people that want to buy a property and the inventory is low. There's more people trying to buy properties than there are properties available in the market right now. So this is an excellent time as a wholesaler. Wholesalers have to maintain lists of buyers to be successful, because when you get that property under contract with a property owner or with a seller, you only have a certain amount of time to find a buyer, certain amount of time to perform. So
or else you got to pay the mortgage.
Or you back out of the deal. You're not obligated on that
Right.
mortgage because you just have an agreement to buy it, but you haven't bought it yet. You haven't closed.
Got you. I see what you're saying.
So you got to go find somebody to come buy that contract when it runs out. Otherwise, you're out of the deal, and you're just out of it. So now, your buyers list. As soon as you get a property, you got to blast it. All right, all of my buyers, I got a property. Who wants it? And then you try to go ahead and close those deals simultaneously, and then make your money in between. We know about making the money in between, making that spread.
And those buyers would be more of investors typically, yes?
Oftentimes they're investors, yes, because you're not really dealing with, regular individuals that want to buy homes in a wholesale process. Usually in a wholesale process, you don't have banks really involved. You don't have banks involved as a whole. You know what I'm saying? And so the consumer buyer, the person who's trying to buy a home for themselves or their family, typically there's going to be a bank involved. And they don't really like the wholesale game at all. There's a lot of feelings around the wholesale game because they feel like the seller is getting shortchanged. Well, if he's selling me the house for 100, but I'm selling to somebody else for 125, that house is really worth 125. That money should go to the seller. Maybe so, but the seller couldn't find anybody to buy it for 125. I did. And I found a buyer for your property. So that's my compensation for bringing the parties together that, might not have happened. Who knows what would have happened if I didn't bring my buyer? Go on and pay me my money for making it happen. So people have different opinions about it. But my partner, Matt, and I, Matt, he's an amazing wholesaling guy. He got me excited and wanting to do wholesaling. So that's a big part of our operation. We're new partnering together, but it's for sure a wholesaling business. And anything that we can't wholesale, I'm looking at as a buy and hold or a potential flip. And that part, him, he's helped me with the wholesale game. I'm teaching him about the other stuff. See,
that's what partnership is about.
Facts, Self. Facts. It's what life is about too. The human experience. That's lost my train, but that's facts. I want to ask you, Dwell, your company. They say that you're an expert at finding solutions for distressed homeowners, end quote. If you can kind of define that and go into, what makes you an expert. And then because part of the Self Love Nation, we have a thought experiment about a fictitious town. It's called Silverdale, where we get 100 to 200 Black men to move to this area and buy the property and fix it up and create a community. And there are communities in the country right now where they'll pay you 20 stacks, Self. If you move there, they'll give you $20,000. They'll give you $20,000. So why wouldn't 100 Black men go down there and take that $20,000 each, and do that? But so the reason I'm asking you is you seem to be an expert at some of these things, and so that's leading into our question on our other thought experiment about fictitious Silverdale. How does one go about getting funds to flip properties in low-income urban areas, or flip them to renovate to rent type of thing? If that made any sense.
Yeah, absolutely. First, let me talk about Dwell, California real estate investments. We are a real estate and lending firm that's based out of Woodland Hills, but services the entire state of California. Two really wonderful, solid brothers, Jeff Gill and Daniel DeBruno, are partners, two strong, brilliant Black men in the real estate business, have had just tremendous success and do a great job of bringing other agents, whatever. We have a really diverse group of agents, predominantly African-American, but definitely diverse racially, brokerage firm, that we have, expertise in lending, we have expertise in probate, and then we also have expertise in distressed properties. And when we talk about being a firm that has solutions, everybody's situation, is different. You might have some common cases, distress situations could be, someone has passed away and left you a property, and maybe the person that left the property, that inherited the property, is not in the state. So they're not able to take care of it, maintain it, manage it. They need a solution. You have
can't pay the high taxes and
can't pay the taxes, right? So they need a solution. You have people that have filed bankruptcy for any number of reasons, and they need a solution and can no longer afford their home. You have divorces, where people might get a divorce and they might be ordered by the court to sell the property. They might need, a solution. So there are any number of, or somebody just, you might have gotten a job where you have to relocate out of state, and your job starts at a certain time, and you've got to hurry up and, move to a new state, but you've got this property, that person needs a solution. Or just, people who are just behind for whatever reason. Sometimes people get ill and they have such medical expenses, they can no longer keep up the payment on a home. So there's just any number of situations that people have as homeowners where they need solutions. And whether it's, selling the property, whether it's, fixing the property up and then selling it, whether it's doing a lease back, our job is to really figure out what's going to be the highest and best good, for our clients. And that requires ingenuity, and it requires creativity. It's not always, let's just go in and just go sell this property, because there are people that are involved. And so, we, I think, do a great job of taking into account the human element and the lives that are involved in whatever the scenario is, and try to bring about solutions where we're going to make sure that our folks are taken care of, and that they're really left with a result that they're happy with. And that their solution, that we can bring the solution to whatever the situation is. And just having my own experience, with distressed properties, dealing with flips. I had a situation with my own sister. My sister had been out of work for almost 2 years and couldn't keep up, her payments. And she had quite a bit of equity, and we didn't want her to lose that money. She had been in that place for 13 years and had a lot of equity in the place. Thank goodness she had a sister that had the knowledge and experience, was able to come in and get in money, fix her place up, and then sell it for more than what it would have been sold at, the way that it was, having lived in it for 13 years. We hooked the place up and sold it in less than a month, during COVID, so while my sister was trying to transition into a new job, and thank God, she's got a new job now, but she had that money. We were able to get that equity and not let the bank have that and keep that in the family, you know what I'm saying? So she could be okay until she was able to get back on her feet, so we find those solutions to try to help people in a variety of distress situations. So I've had those in my own family, and that helps to make me an expert. And then you were talking about good old Silverdale.
Yeah, well, that's important though. Back to, because you were saying opt into the information, and we had knowledge, and some other investors kept saying that get information and do it. So you guys are providing solutions and information because everybody doesn't know this. But yes, moving on to Silverdale, I'm just sitting here thinking, just going by everything I'm hearing from you, Self Love, the best way to go about that would be to find a group of private investors that'd be willing to, do the loan, and then everybody get their skin in the game with their 20-30%, you know what I mean? And just pay the investors, like you would any bank.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There are investment groups that are out there. There are investment groups with people that look like us, that recognize the value in working together and being in economic cooperation with one another, and everybody wants to win. I think that Pookie would definitely, or not Pookie, I'm still on Pookie though. Pookie, that's my
Pookie dough. Big ups to Pookie dough.
Huge ups.
Hey, that's Self Love. Write this down. I give away all my Shark Tank ideas, and you always tell me don't do it. That's our cookie company, Pookie dough. Yeah?
Put that on a shirt. You know what I'm saying?
And then we shape and we shape the dough into like lips for the commercials. But go ahead, I'm listening.
Come on, man.
Pookie dough.
But yeah, it's for the people of Silverdale, do a lot of this, the same things that we talked about earlier in the conversation, is to be able to leverage your partnerships, that relationship capital, to find your tribe, people who are in the same place as you, but also people that can mentor you, to be able to pool resources, that's a great way to be able to get things done. In fact, back to my first flip, when I had the situation where the person kind of bailed out on me, I was trying to figure out how I was going to get things done. I actually had my hairdresser give me $5,000 so that I could get the front lawn done. There was a huge lawn in the front of the house. The house was set back far off the street, huge lawn, looked like a little soccer field. And it was all dirt. And I wanted to put all new grass. And I got my hairdresser to be an investor. She was in for $5,000. And I paid her $5,000 back plus a percentage when I closed on the deal. So, the whole idea of getting individual investors to come in, I highly recommend that. And that's a great way to get the town of Silverdale going, is to pool resources. We can do so much more together than what we can do, individually.
You mentioned the hairdresser and you mentioned the barber earlier. Just goes to show how, what you're saying, learn a trade, no matter what it is. Now the hairdresser is in the real estate game and is an investor, and who knows, where this goes. But I imagine that hairdresser was probably a business owner already. But all right, let me go into.
I wasn't always into trades. Coming from a family with a grandmother that has a PhD and was very into education, and it was go to school and get your education. Even though my mom disappeared, I was very committed to getting my degree because that's what I had been taught as a value to get my education. So I was always like education, education, education. It wasn't until later that I would learn that you can have a trade.
You should have both.
Same kind of life.
Where I'm at now is you need both.
I mean, I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but I'm saying that they are both viable, valuable options.
I agree. But if I'm raising a child today, I'm raising a child today to have both, right? As you're growing up, establish like a carpentry or something, a trade, but I still want you to, try to go off to college and everything, but have both. I think no matter what, it'd be good to have both. Couldn't hurt.
I subscribe to that too. And that's how I raised my children. But there are some people that don't thrive in that environment. And
it's true.
And I had to understand that. I don't think I was always sensitive to that. I didn't always understand that. Well, you get your education, you get your degree, and you go to school.
Yeah, everybody's not, they're not vibrating like that. No.
I mean, that's just the reality of it. And I have a friend of mine that I know in particular, and he actually would go and speak to youth groups because his neighbor was an executive at Bank of America and they live on the same street.
Right.
And she couldn't conceive of how does this plumber live on the same street where I live as a Bank of America exec.
Yeah.
So she in Bank of America, and they would do programs, they would have him come and speak and talk about the fact that because he never went to college.
Right.
He finished high school, but knew from a little boy that he always wanted to be a plumber. So when he graduated from high school, that's what he did and started a bit and has an extremely
hit the ground running. While some people were developing college debt, he was hitting the ground running and then investing the money he made and investing,
We run in the same circles.
Right.
Runs with all my college friends. You know what I'm saying?
But what we're talking about is Black Wall Street. That was Black Wall Street. Before we all started moving out of our communities, we all took all of our talents, whether you were a doctor, a dentist, a plumber. We didn't sever ourselves, and everybody went to the same restaurants. And he's the plumber. What's up? And we're at the same church. At some point, it got really disjointed.
Man, he's doing the plumbing at everybody's house, so everybody knows he's the plumber, and you got the same cleaner, the butcher, all the businesses.
Exactly. I mean, and really the thread really, I think, is entrepreneurship, which you can do
Correct.
with a degree, or you can get, go into that other school of hard knocks and maybe learn some things. And so I just wanted to also, I've had to learn and modify my thinking. I'm a 1,000% proponent of education, but education doesn't only come within a structured school system. There's other ways to be able to get educated. And I think that for those people where that path is not a good fit, you can have just as great and successful of a life becoming an expert in your trade as those of us that have opted for education. And so
I would have loved, as academic as my path was, if it's as they were saying, and you got to take math every year and then choose a language. If they were saying choose a trade, choose a trade,
man,
choose a trade.
Man.
Choose a trade. Now you're learning all this math and all of this. That's fine. Choose a trade. And then I'm like, well, wood shop isn't for me. I keep getting splinters, and I do something else, and then metal. Oh, well, this right, and maybe I'm cutting hair, but you have something where if that pink man says, you know what, we're doing some downsizing and you're black.
Maybe.
You're black, right? I don't have to say this, do I?
For sure.
Yeah. Right. We're going to have to let you go. You know what I mean? So
I remember in junior high school, I remember taking wood shop in high school, but why not have more options for people to be able to learn to see if they have a talent or a skill? And my kid's dad used to tell me this, God bless him, all the time. And I just did not subscribe to it.
I was the same way. I'm honest. I was the same way. I had the exact same mindset you had. Now I'm going to hit I'm going to hit the true and false questions, and then we play a quick game and we're done. All right. True or false? The parent and or guardian are the most important players in a child's education development.
True.
True or false? Art is more essential. So I would consider comedy art.
Right.
Well, some comedy. Art is more essential to humanity than science.
Ooh.
True or false? True or false? Your ancestors your progeny may be watching this. Art is more essential to humanity than science. Your kids.
Honestly, I would say true.
All right. If you had to choose, okay. All right. True or false? An ignorant Tito, he ignorant. They say I mess with those little boys in Neverland. He told me, show me my penis. The police are... All right, I digress. All right, here we go. True or false? True or false? An ignorant voter is worse than a well-informed non-voter.
Ooh, an ignorant voter is better than a well-informed.
Somebody who's is worse. So somebody who's just punching. They just don't know what they're voting. An ignorant voter is worse than a well-informed non-voter. True or false?
True. I would say true.
Wow. True or false? That's wow. True or false? Flipping, and we all know what flipping is now. Flipping is more lucrative than holding and renting.
Flipping is more lucrative than holding and renting. I would say that's false.
Okay. Excluding Shonelle Blake, whom do you attribute your professional achievements to most? And including me.
Well, I mean, now you went on and made it difficult. Now you mess me up. Who do I attribute my success to?
Your professional achievements.
My professional achievements. Honestly, other than, our Heavenly Father, I would probably say my mom, quite honestly.
Wow. That's huge. That's interesting. All right. Here's Forrest Gump. I don't know if you ever saw the film. That was a true story. He's a personal friend of mine. He sent in a question because I told Forrest you were going to be on the show. Bro, shrimp cocktail, shrimp roulette. All right. Forrest Gump was asking, who have you met over your years or worked with where you pinch yourself and say, wow, or you tell a friend, you know, I was on the train next to Denzel Washington and nobody believes you.
Well, I'm going to speak two if I can. One was Tupac, where
rest in peace. Tori and I saw Pac. Go ahead, tell your Pac story. Go ahead.
I went to high school with Money B from Digital Underground. Actually went to time together. That's the treasured friend of mine, treasured relationship. And when they were Digital Underground was making their album, I got invited down to the studio, and Tupac was there. This is Tupac before he was Tupac, as we. And so we wound up taking a picture together, and I found that picture some years later, and I was like, "Oh my God, like that was Tupac." He asked me to take the picture.
Do you have that picture now?
I do have the picture.
Don't post it. Do you know that unshown Tupac pictures are worth money? I'll just throw that out there. So.
Oh, are they really? Yeah, I keep it in my phone, and I've actually saved that picture.
People are collecting pictures of Pac. Yeah.
Tupac, that was definitely a really cool experience. He was very nice and very gracious to me, even though I was there to hang out, you know, with Ron, and then Dave, DJ Goldfinger, you know, knew him from when I was in summer camp for many years as well. But that was really awesome to be able to met Tupac while they were making the album. And
I don't believe you.
I got the picture right there in Oakland, baby. And then the other one was Mr. T. I did a commercial.
Pity the Fool. You know, he's from Chicago. The Pity the Fool. He's from the projects. Yeah, Robert Taylor Holmes. Pity the Fool. I'm from Robert Taylor. Pity the Fool.
Done by high school.
I did a MasterCard commercial with Mr. T. And that dude right there, he is just the nicest, most gracious celebrity.
Yes.
Doing that commercial, all of these grown white men, you could tell they were just enamored because B.A. Baracus was on set. For those of you who don't know that was his name on the A-Team, B.A. Baracus. And you could tell that even the guys on the set, the cameramen, they were all such super fans. And while we were shooting, every man, woman, child that came and wanted to say hi, he would stop the production to say hi, shake hands, take pictures. And in the entertainment world, it's a no-no because time is money. You're fighting against sunlight, you're fighting against noise pollution. You got to hurry up and get your shots done. We don't waste time with all that when we're trying to shoot a commercial, film, or a video, anything like that. You don't even know if you're going to have the location the next day. So you got to get it all in. He would stop the production to respond to every single fan that wanted to take a picture or say hi. It was just the dopest thing that I've seen in all my years in entertainment because nobody does that. He's just a great dude. Yes.
Pity the Fool. Pity the Fool. Don't watch the A-Team. You kids go to school. He showed up to my school. You kids stay in school. You go to school. Muhammad Ali, everybody, you kids go to school. We're in school. I mean, stay in school. I'm staying in school. Don't you got something else to say? You kids go to school, stay in school, do school. I mean, nothing else. Everybody come and see me. You stay in school, go to school, read your books. Nothing else. Nobody. Nothing else from these black men. Y'all follow Robert Taylor Holmes. We have a. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were saying what?
The sound is distorting a little bit. Maybe the volume is up, but he was so kind. I asked him if he could send a video message to my children. It was his birthday. We had a cake and we were shutting down. I said, can I film a video of you if you could just say hi to my twins? So I took a video of him saying, "Hi, Omar and Imani. I'm standing here next to your mom." And you know what he said? Stay in school. You got it.
Yeah, that was his thing. That was his go-to. Muhammad Ali, all of them. It's like they was just programmed. You were saying, "Hey, Jesse Jackson, what's up?" Everybody I saw, stay in school. You pity fool. Like
Just-
nothing else, nothing about women, nothing about, listen to your father, go to school, listen to your teacher. That's it. But big ups. And I hope I'm not doing that as a old man now when I see kids. You know what, Self? That's going to be my goal. Go to school.
Get a trade.
Yeah.
Get
All
a
right, all right.
trade. Figure something out.
We're digressing, Self. All right,
much fun here. Way
let's
too much fun.
yeah, we're digressing. Okay, so since we're having fun, and remember this is for your progeny, in 2 minutes or less, what is the meaning of life? It's an easy one.
Wow. I think life is just a rich smorgasbord of experiences, connections, engagements, learning, loving. It's this great hodgepodge and this collection of many related and random and unexpected collection of miracles. Do you know how many miracles had to happen for me to be here right now and to be qualified to be asked to be on this show? How many miracles had to happen for you two gentlemen to even come together, for you guys to meet, and then to come to the conclusion that you had to create this form, and call it, Self Love Nation. Like, it's this incredible collection of miracles.
We met in high school and college. Right?
I mean,
that's crazy. Go ahead though.
and then, but all these years later, it's just a wonderful collection of spices, if you will, that makes up this journey, that all these things are happening as time marches on and moves forward. And as time ravages us all, our collection continues to get bigger and bigger of, our smorgasbord of experiences and connections and exchanges. That's what life is to me. However, the important thing to remember is that life is by design. And you have the absolute power to design the life that you want. And you have the responsibility to design the life that you want because somebody's watching you. Remember, be careful how you live your life. It might be the only Bible that somebody else reads. So life by design, in my opinion, we have a responsibility to do that, like the poem says, when we let our light shine, we give other people permission to do the same. Like, that's a responsibility that I take very, very seriously. And it's a responsibility that I embrace. And I encourage others to do the same thing, so the life that I have is one that was absolutely, by design. I intentionally designed a life where I didn't have a 9 to 5 so that when my kids are in school and something happens, I can be there. I don't have to get permission from anybody. I don't have to punch a clock. I don't have to ask for time off. If I want to sleep in until 2:00 in the afternoon, then I can do that and I'll be fine because I've set my life up where I don't trade time for dollars. That's the life I designed for myself. And we all can do that. So that's something that I really want to leave to my children and those coming behind me and to anyone who's listening.
Yeah, I had Self has actually left this realm and come back. I haven't gone that far, but I've had a couple near-death experiences. On both of those, my mind, the mathematic. So kind of what you're saying, like the miracles of all us being here. And that's why we say at the top of the show, we could be anywhere in this universe and we're all here together, and when whether it's negative or positive, you can be Pookie Dough, right? Pookie Dough could get you in the alley on the way to the store and say, give me everything. And think of all of the events in my life and Pookie Dough's life for us to have been in that spot in that alley, for us to connect, right? And if everybody realized that magic, Pookie Dough would put the gun down and we would shake hands and I would say, here, take this. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because Tori, we hooped against each other, and I thought he was the oldest guy on his team in high school. He had a beard already. You see, he's got the white beard now. But in high school, he had a full beard, and he was the youngest. He was the youngest on the team, and so was I. And so what are the odds of both of us hooping and going to U of I? You know what I mean? And yeah, I didn't want to play against him. I was like, man, let's start hooping together. So we hooped every day.
It was perfect. It was perfect for me because he, my perceived deficiencies, he was very proficient at.
There you go.
Right. You know what I mean?
And vice versa.
Right.
And vice versa.
So we were able to
Vice
feed
versa.
off each other. And the dog on defense, well, I digress.
Yeah, both of us were. All right, now I
that's
want
what
to
I
ask you
mean.
this.
That's what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
That's what.
To make sure they know both of us were. We
Oh,
didn't really play
that
with people
is-
who didn't play D.
Oh.
Now here we go though. We digress.
I played
Here's-
basketball too, just so we're clear.
Did you play Did you play defense?
Man, for sure.
Okay, right, because that's what
Play
we're
the
talking about.
game and not play defense. Come on. now.
Correct. Yeah. See, Self. Yeah. See,
saw
that's
you
what we're
as a
talking about. She would have been great in the culture, wouldn't she? Yeah. Because if you, we can't do anything with you if you're not, playing defense
At all. At all.
at all. Okay, here we go.
My game. My defense.
Not playing defense is like us going out on the boat to go fishing, and you just sitting there putting a hole in the boat, right? But you're catching a lot of fish. And every 10 fish you catch, he's just putting another hole in the boat. It's like, listen,
Oh my God, brilliant.
Right. You like that? All right, but here we go. I'm digressing. Here we go. This is another thought experiment, and it's your last one.
All right.
I promise you, Self Love and I have different answers to this, and it's been 50-50. I've been asking this question to people for at least 6-7 years. So here it goes.
All right.
Think of the person or the people who, God forbid, you can't think of a second in this world without them. Take me, don't take them, or that person. So now, this person is in need of let's say a heart transplant, and they're on the list, but you can't, it's not going to work out. Now, you, through all your connections and everybody you can go on the dark web, because Self Love and I, we know a guy. All right. But you can go on the dark web and they can produce organs for you. But there's a genie, there's a djinn. You sound like a religious person, but there's a djinn. The organ was produced on the black market from poor children, poor people who didn't have a say in the matter. They were just living their life, and then they got kidnapped or what have you, and that's how they're producing these organs. So you have the ability to provide these organs, all right? If you don't provide the organs, that person's already not with us anymore. Would you save this person's life?
This is the only way I can get organs? This is
The only way. It is the only way.
Why you set me up like this, man?
You could pass. I'm just telling you, it's 50-50. That's why I told you. Some people say yes.
I'm not gonna pass. That's not how I do. But
I hear you.
Soldier on up and give you an answer. But I'm just, give you qualifying questions, okay? And these are healthy organs. Right?
Yes. These are healthy organs. It's no gin that way. They will work. You know what I mean? Yeah. Healthy organs.
I mean, it's tough because I'm a spiritual person, and I believe that, that any organ would have some of the spirit, of that person that's like in that organ. And I think the distress, would also be in the organs as well, for them to have given up their organs under such terrible circumstances through no fault of their own. But if it meant the difference, because the person or people that I was thinking of, I'm a mom of twins. I was thinking of my son and my daughter. I could not, the thought of losing one of them, I would do anything to save one of my children. I would.
I don't have kids, and there's a school of thought that most parents, they all say what you said, and it's a parent's obligation to do whatever it is to save their children. It's
not even an obligation, it's instinct. Like my instinct. Like my brain doesn't even have to activate. Like my body would automatically move upon the intellectual recognition that my children their lives are in danger.
No, I hear you. I hear you. We don't want to dwell on it. You know, we don't want to dwell on it. But
Like,
that's the question we ask of everyone. But I've been asking it to people over the years, and I promise you it's been 50-50. It's a rather philosophical question. I don't know how I came up with it.
oh man, where'd you get that from?
But now I'm kind of like you. Now my answer is no, though. I wouldn't do it. But of course, I don't have children. But I just, from my observation and from my study of different scriptures, I just feel like the genie, right? They send you these messages even on TV. So I save, my wife, I save her, right? And then she has this organ, and then what's to stop us from coming out and then we get hit by a truck, and then she's gone, and I'm like, man, and then this other kid on the other side of the world. I've watched too much Twilight Zone, maybe.
I
You
know,
know what I
it
mean?
messes with you. It's like this
Now I
very.
end up in a box like, no, I
My child
didn't
is
do it.
evil now, you know.
Yes, yes. Now you save your kids, and then you're in hell for no hellfire. You know what I mean? And when you and your kids could have been in heaven together,
Right,
in 20 years, which is a short amount of time in God's eyes. But go ahead, Self. Go ahead.
You're adding a genie to it. This is the first I've heard of the genie.
Well, no, I've said the jinn. I've said no. There's not a genie. It's a jinn, and that's a metaphor. There's no genie. There's no literal genie. I'm saying that's the jinn of the universe. There's a cause and effect to everything you do.
Yeah.
I feel like it's life or life. And if there's a kid that had to lose their life to save my kid, then something has to give, and ultimately it's probably going to be me, or that's and I've said this, I've said that I feel like you can't win in that scenario.
Yeah, but it wasn't part of the question prior. This is the first I've heard of that.
Well, the gin wasn't.
It changes. It changes the question out there.
Okay, I got you. I
For
got
me.
what you're saying.
You
Yeah,
know what
yeah,
I mean?
yeah. Well, she still answered like you. So
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
And I probably would have answered the same way anyway, but I'm just saying, like, it changes it for me, you know what I mean, on some level.
But
I'm
I
not
don't think
dealing
that.
with the genie, I'm dealing with the black market.
Well, honestly, I believe that everything in life is either God sent or
Tori,
God.
it's not a genie. It's a black market. The black market is a genie. It's just a metaphor. So you're misunderstanding. There's no genie. We were talking about the same thing. We're talking about the black market. I'm talking about the magic, the genie, the karma, bro. The karma. That's the genie that Disney was trying to tell you. You get a bottle and you rub it, and the genie comes out and gives you 3 wishes, and every wish they give you turns out worse than what you got. That's what I'm saying. But it's still the black market. I'm saying the reason that I choose no is because of the genie concept, not because there's a real genie. Do you understand what I'm saying, Self Luv?
Yes, I'm talking about the introduction to that never mind. You're right.
And you never described it like that before. So,
Right. All right. But what were you saying, Shonelle?
I was going to say, I think that everything is either God sent or God allowed for
Correct.
whatever his purposes are. I didn't kidnap the person. I didn't, I don't run the black market. I'm not a part of the black market in that sense. I'm not creating this. I'm not harming people and taking people out of their lives. So I don't think that karma is for me. I think that karma is for the person who's actually
Profiting off of the black market business.
Destroying other people's lives. But by me being, a parent in distress with a child that's about to die, and this resource is made known to me.
Yeah, it's just money, $40,000, just cash. You can get that. They print money up.
I don't own that karma. I don't take that, and I don't think that God puts that on the person that's in distress. I mean, shoot, it could have been God that sent the knowledge for me to be able to even save my child's life.
Hey, listen. there is no right or wrong answer, and I've always said that I sit here and say that I wouldn't do it, but who knows what would happen given the true
Who
situation.
you are given a certain
Correct.
circumstances. You don't know who you will turn out to be really until you're in that.
Man.
I mean, like if you
And
look
to
at your
you,
mom or your wife, like, so you let your spouse like, well, I don't want the karma because I've seen too many Twilight.
right.
I wish I could say there. No, I know
And you're
the
like, but it's only $40,000. Right.
heart right there, but and I'm looking at the heart, but yeah, nah. You know what? Don't worry about it. We're not going to use it because I'm concerned.
But my mom said she'd co-sign for the loan to get the heart.
And you know what? You would too.
Like, that's a juice loan. I don't want to pay the interest on top of the interest. Hey, but no, but like I said, there is no right answer. So, but I want to ask you this one. Any family quotes, scripture, words of wisdom that you hang your hat on that you like to share with the Self Love Nation?
I've already, mentioned one, be careful how you live your life. It might be the only Bible that somebody else reads, that's always really stuck with me. I'm a big believer, many hands make little work. Got that from Grandpa Williams, my grandma's dad. I'll always be willing to pitch in, and get a team, many hands make little work. Let's make this easy on everybody. One that my mother also gave me, that until you master a situation, you are doomed to repeat it. You need to learn the lessons that situations bring you, because if you don't get the lesson, it's going to show back up again and keep showing up until you learn.
It sure does.
My mom gave me that one, and that one's been absolutely golden. And if I could just offer a scripture, my favorite scripture in the Bible is that all things work together for the good of them that love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. And the reason why that scripture resonates so much with me is that it helps me to recognize that no matter what the situation looks like, feels like, smells like, sounds like, it's all for my benefit. It's all a part of what has to happen for my good. So it helps me to face anything that shows up in my pathway, because if it's there, it's for my benefit ultimately. So that's a scripture that I lean on very, very heavily, and I share that with everyone. That if it's there, it's for your good. It's got a role, it's got a part to play ultimately to help you. So appreciate all the things that come in your way. All situations, good, bad, or indifferent, they're there to help you.
Powerful. Recommend a book to your descendants and also for the Self Love Nation.
Ooh, The Millionaire Next Door. The Millionaire Next
I haven't heard that one. I'm going to have to write that one down.
That book right there, in the same way that people would say Rich Dad, Poor Dad. They talk about that book, The Millionaire Next Door. That book talks about the habits of America's millionaires. And that there are a lot of undercover millionaires that probably live on your block that you would never know they're millionaires. There's certain things millionaires don't do. One of which, they don't floss their money.
They don't announce it.
They don't give their money to their kids.
They do, but it's kind of in a foundational we count.
I mean, like they don't, oh, my son has messed up, let me go mortgage my house.
No. She's preaching like I've been preaching that for years. But they might mortgage a house if somebody's trying to get a medical degree. You know what I mean? And then they can get that back. But yeah, we'll mortgage our homes for pookie dough.
Nonsense. Or have our grown kids with their families living in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Pookie dough, self-love.
Not in the book, but just, But that book was really, really powerful. It was revelatory to me. There were some things that I learned that I thought were absolutely incredible. And one of the other things that they talk about in that book, they use an example of smokers, people who smoke. And if you think about the price of a pack of cigarettes, and you were 21 years old and took
Don't do it.
every pack of cigarettes that you invested and put in the market at an 8%
Don't do it.
return rate
With
from the
with
company,
with
you
with
were-
interest, with compounding interest. If you just
how much money you would have. Which
but
just,
you mentioned some of those kids in those areas you grew up around, the Jewish, and that they were doing that from that age.
Yeah.
From that age, yeah.
and it doesn't take a lot. You know, there's this thing called the time value of money. You don't have to have $1,000 that you're putting in every month. You could put $25 a month somewhere over a year.
Tori, that's why they don't give their kids that money, because that money could be earning interest. So they know that, okay, it's my kid, I love you, and you tore your car up, and I've been trying to tell you to put this money and earn this compound. Now you want me to take 20 grand that I could be earning and giving to your kids.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and leaving for you, because they'll leave it for the grandkids, which is in the Bible. It says to leave it for the grandkids, because you give your money to me, I'm going to get a Ferrari. Get out of the way, I'm on the road. All right, here we go. Because it didn't work for it. All right. Recommend a Black-owned restaurant. It could be anywhere on the globe.
Ooh, Black-owned restaurant.
We have to change this question, Self. Recommend your favorite Black-owned restaurant anywhere on the globe. That brings some more punch to it.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
You know,
It'll make me want to say, I might want to try that. Yeah, if I'm ever in that town. Favorite in the world. You sit down, man, this food is great. You're Black, you own it. Come on, it's got to be one.
I do. I have more than one Black-owned
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
hard. And right now it's Black Restaurant Week, people, in case you didn't know, in Los Angeles.
I didn't know.
Oh.
Black Restaurant Week. Go to blackrestaurantweek.com and go try a new Black restaurant. A lot of times when you go during Black Restaurant Week, they'll have a menu specially for Restaurant Week. But blackrestaurantweek.com, and it's, I think, until the 16th of this month. So go try a new Black restaurant. One of my favorites is Jack's Family Kitchen. I don't know if you know where Jack's Family Kitchen is. It's near Martin Luther King and Western in LA.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack's has been around for probably about 43, 44 years now. Just a small little spot, just got a nice little bar tabletop.
Yeah, I haven't tried Jack's. I've heard about it though. That's why I'm doing this. Yeah.
Jack's, man. I like Jack's.
See, now I got to try it. If you're telling me that this is, one of the top 2 or 3, if this is like your Biggie or your Tupac of Black restaurants, right, Self? And a person from Oakland, because they eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. A lot of my favorite place, my absolute favorite Black-owned restaurant in Oakland is closed down. That was Emma's Chicken and Fish. Oh my God. I don't know what they put on that doggone fish.
Lemon pepper.
But they closed down about 15.
Cooked it in beef grease. I know all the tricks. They took pig. They took pig fat and put it in the vegetable oil.
It was the breading. You know how people cook their fish and shrimp like in cornmeal? It wasn't cornmeal and it wasn't flour. It was finer than cornmeal, but it wasn't as fine as flour. And the way that they seasoned it,
cornstarch.
It might have been. It was so good. It's a shame that place closed down. But Jack's Family Kitchen, one of the reasons why I like Jack's Family Kitchen, and it's, a lot of our restaurants now have let our Latin brothers and sisters come and work. They cook in the kitchen and they serve. But you used to be able to go to Jack's and there would be 3 old ladies that would be the waitresses there, and they'd be mean as shit. What you gonna have, baby? Don't come
That's
here.
what I like.
You can't sit
right. That's what I like. They sweating and they sweating and they got hair bands on, but you ain't nothing getting in your food. Like, man, you know what I mean? The cook got a cigarette in his mouth and ain't nothing getting in the food.
The food at Jack's is really, really tasty, but I also love being in that environment. And you can see the men that were walking, they probably been coming to that same place for 30 years, and the banter between the waitress and don't come in here with that stuff now. Go on, leave me alone.
Right.
Come on, help me out.
I'm fat. I'm fat and Black and my back hurt. Yeah, you fat and Black. You fat and Black. Go on, get back there and fat and Black me.
Beloved.
I used to love that.
faces,
Self,
man.
you know that was me, man, running around saying, you know that was me running around. You get your fat black stuff, you in there, you sweating. You need to start beating all that fat back. I'd be in there talking to, you a Muslim? No, I ain't no Muslim. You know? You need a fat back right now. That's why you swing. Yeah, get on out of here with all that. What you want? You know what I mean?
You better go on and get out of here. You know,
Yeah, you gotta go.
I'll put you right on that. I mean, just
We the only people tell our customers, get on out of here.
right.
Get out of here.
I'll put you out. Like,
And we love it. We love it. Because it's like your mama or your auntie or your grandmother or somebody tell you to stop running around the kitchen.
Yes.
You know, you running in or you running out.
None of those sisters would play. None of them. And they were all different. They all had different personalities, you know, but, you know, they weren't smiling. They wasn't cheesing in your face. But they, you know, go on, sit down. Let me take care of you. What you going to have? You want lemonade? Okay.
And they used to
Wait a
work.
minute. I'll get to you in a minute. Okay. Go on and make me one.
But they wasn't lazy. You know why they were sweating?
No,
A chef is sweating. See,
sir.
our soul food cooks have decided now that we want our stuff buffet style, and we want our stuff just sitting there getting cold all day, right? And we want it in volume. Somebody hasn't said, some people like their soul food made to order. I like to sit down and your mom or your grandmom or your wife say, you know, baby, dinner's ready. And you sit down and you, ooh, yeah, it's hot. You know what I mean? I don't like it's been sitting there, you know?
Yes.
I don't mind waiting. Somebody has told them that it takes too long to cook soul food. But when I go to an Italian restaurant, I wait. Every restaurant I go to, there's an expectation to wait for the cook to do what he does. When I go inside a soul food restaurant, somebody decided, pookie dough, we can just cook it all up in the morning and heat it up in the microwave and stick it under the lights. I digress. All right, true or false? There is a God. True or false? There is a God.
Very true. Very true.
True or false? No. Okay. Here we go. Wait a second. Okay, here we go. Yeah, sorry about that. No, this isn't true or false, but this is okay. Shonelle Blake has seen an apparition and or something that has confirmed the supernatural for her.
Yes.
All right. Don't want to hear about
More
it.
than once.
We may do another show and bring everybody back. Okay. Shonelle Blake has seen an unidentified flying object.
Yes. More than
Okay.
once.
All right. Oh, wow. See, Self.
Yeah.
Okay. Shonelle Blake has seen an alien.
I'm sure I have.
So you-
An alien that probably looked exactly like a human.
Mhm.
Aha. Aha.
True or false? We are alone.
In the universe, no. That's false.
True or false? Human did the moonwalk, or human moonwalked on the moon during the Apollo program.
I was just talking about this. Literally like 2 days ago to somebody.
If you had to put all your investments on this question, and you know what I mean? You had to put all your chips on the table, all your chips on the table for this question. And the answer was to be proven without fact by someone. Where would you bet?
Proven without fact? How is that?
Yes. Well, I don't know, but
Something proven without fact.
that is true.
That is
No,
the
I
very
mean,
definition of proving it. Is
and
how
that is a good
right?
point.
Media and propaganda.
Well, okay. They will do it again. They will do it again using the same technology. I think that'd be a way to somewhat prove it.
That they could do another space launch using the same technology they
Using the
used.
same, that they can go to the moon, use the same technology. We can use today's satellites to witness everything, to say, okay, well, you did it again. You probably did it those other 12 times you alleged you did it. Seems pretty far-fetched that they took a scooter, went up there, got into the moon's orbit, right? Seems really far-fetched. I'm serious.
It
And then
does
you-
seem very far-fetched. And
Yeah.
I honestly, no tea, no shade. I don't put anything past white men to achieve their objective.
And they say they don't know how they did it. And, you know, they say that we have this, particularly this thing I got here, has way more, computing power than they used to get there before. Like way more. It's like,
and Shonelle, they lost all the tapes. Like the most important, like who does that? I mean, that's like you taking the kids to Disneyland. You know what I'm saying? Their first trip to Disneyland. Like that's more important. I'm gonna get off of that because we can do this all night.
Yeah.
I will tell you though, the only thing that gives me an inkling of confidence that this actually happened was because there was a Black woman that was a mathematician that was part of putting together the calculations that were used
Listen,
to put the brother.
I think that math was true, and those calculations.
Thing that gives me confidence that you know what, this could have happened, because the sister that was involved that did that math, you know, that was the premise for the movie Hidden Figures, was the work of women that participated in that launch.
Like I said, when I go through this, listen, I believe that the math was done and they did all of that and it was all theoretical, right? It was all theoretical. We could sit here and do math to get us to Pluto, I'm sure. You know what I mean? And say, and then put a rocket up there and have everybody sitting back like, yay, we did it. Okay, we can do this all day. It's a whole nother show. All right. And we don't do it.
You know, they were there, you know, so. But that's the only thing that gives me any inkling that there might be some truth to it. That's it.
All the getting to the moon and then taking off from the moon and then rendezvousing with this thing in orbit above the moon and then coming back in with the 1960s technology, and we're still trying to figure out that's the stuff. And you know, all the king's horses and Elon Musk and these cats can't barely do it now. It's just weird.
And we can't remember how we did it.
We can't remember.
Is the official.
And that black girl she's talking about didn't leave no notes. She didn't leave no notes. They erased the board. They erased the board. They erased the board when she. Yeah, get that. We don't need this.
We made it once.
We're still trying to figure out how to microwave metal. We don't even have that technology.
Correct.
On the microwave.
But we just celebrated because China just landed on the moon. But that, you know, whole nother story. Anything that we have not covered that you would like to cover, whether it's Realty or anything else?
Two things. One, I wanted to go back and clarify a question you asked me, whether or not in the long term, what's more valuable, doing the flipping or doing the buy and hold.
Renting.
To address the reason why I chose a buy and hold is because in order to do a flip, again, there's a combination of miracles that all have to converge to be able to do a flip. It is a process that you can duplicate, but that's a one-time check. When you close the deal and you sell it, that's a one-time check. Then you have to go out, figure out how to do it all over again. And if there's a shift in the elements that came together to create the miracle, and for some reason you might not be able to have all the elements to duplicate that, then that money can stop. When you buy a property and hold it, you can keep making money off that same property. I started the conversation by talking about how I bought one property, and from that building, I was able to leverage that property another 7 times to buy 7 more pieces of property to give me a portfolio of over $6.5 million in real estate. That's money. I'm not saying you can't flip and make money, but there's a time when you might not even be able to keep flipping. You know, you get old, you get tired, but that property you own in your portfolio, that property is not going anywhere. And as long as that property continues to appreciate, you're always in a position where you're able to leverage that property and go use that money to make more money. That's why the property that you hold is more valuable, in my opinion, you know, over time. So I just wanted to offer that to the nation. And then the other thing that I just really feel like I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to acknowledge just how beautiful and wonderful I think Black men are. I don't think that the brothers hear it enough. I think that the 2 Black men that have come together to give me an opportunity to share what I know and to pour into the community, I just respect you guys so much for what you're doing. There's a lot of people that talk about doing things And remember, there's something in the doing. It's that when you take action, you give God something to work with. You give God something to bless and break and multiply. That's why the action piece in life is so important. It gives God something to work with. People want to help people that help themselves. Don't just ask for a handout. When people see you doing, they want to help be a part of what it is that you're doing. So I just want to commend and just acknowledge with all the respect and kudos and adoration as a Black woman for the two gentlemen that put this space together, to serve and to benefit, our folks. I think Black men are probably the most undervalued and underappreciated resource that's on the planet. And just on behalf of myself and Black women everywhere, I just want to say I love y'all. I respect y'all. Black men are so amazing. I don't even think Black men realize the power that you have to touch us and to heal us as Black women, and the healing that we need from all the brokenness and damage that we probably experienced in our lives. That healing is really found, with each other. So I just wanted to send love out to all the Black men that you guys are just like the cherry on top of my hot fudge sundae. You're the potato to my chip, the pop to my sickle. You know what I'm saying? Like the cream to my corn, the peanut butter to my jelly. I love and treasure Black men. So I just had to send that love to everybody listening and to the two brothers that had me here, man. Just thank you guys so much. And, I appreciate your beauty more than I can say.
Yeah, well, the respect and love is mutual from my end. I'll tell you that much.
Thanks. Love, honor, respect.
For sure. And my man out there, you know who you are. You know who you are, Daddy.
And and Daddy, she's gonna be finished in 6 minutes. We got one last game, and speaking of game, this will take about 7 minutes.
Ah, shoot! I thought we were done. I thought that was the grand finale.
Well, this is here. Are you familiar with a rapper? Calls herself The Game.
I am.
From Compton, I believe. Okay. So The Game drops a lot of names. And that's a bit of a faux pas here in LA, name dropping, it's kind of a thing, right? You got to do it with grace and class and dignity when you do it, right? Because somebody be like, you drop something. Drop what? That name. But anyway, we fashioned a game after the game. It's called The Game Name Game.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
And so we're going to give you clues, and we're looking for the name, okay? All right. The first 3 questions are worth, I believe, 3 points. Self Love is the scorekeeper.
6 points.
Okay, 6 points. And big ups to the game, by the way. We don't want no problems out of the Hoover Crips, and we don't want no problem out of the Compton Bloods. All right, so big ups to all of them. Make your money and be safe out here. Right. Here we go. All right. Stop the killing. Stop the violence, people. All right, here we go. First clue. Philadelphia-born Jello comedian.
Will Smith?
Philadelphia-born Jello comedian. Oh, you might not want to eat his Jello unless you saw him mix it up.
Jello comedian? I thought we were talking about a rapper.
Jello. Like the dessert. So it's a Philadelphia-born comedian.
Bill Cosby?
Oh, ding, 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 ding. That's right. You better watch him mix up your Jello, allegedly. That's right. We were looking for Dr. Bill Cosby there. All right, here we go. Next one.
Allegedly.
First clue. This comedian recently resolved a well-known beef with Netflix.
Brother Dave Chappelle.
We were looking for Dave Chappelle. Ding, 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 ding. We were looking for Dave Chappelle. Here we go. Yeah, some of these are going to be comedians because I figured this might be right up her alley. All right, here we go. This is the last one of the easy questions. They were the easiest questions. Here we go. All right. Delirious.
Eddie Murphy.
We were looking for Eddie Murphy. We had his brother right here on the show. You guys looked that up. That was Vernon Lynch. Looked that up on the Self Luv Show. All right, so that was it. So now we're going into the second one, and I think these are the 9 pointers, if I'm correct.
Correct.
All righty, these are worth 9. 9 is a beautiful number. This free clue, this pink person, is from the great city of Chicago, Illinois. It's a free clue for you. Of course, you're probably going to say, I didn't know he's from there. Because we don't get credit for nothing. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. Was a star on Saturday Night Live.
Steve Martin.
Good guess.
Bill Murray.
And you don't get penalized for guessing, so that's fine. Next clue. The Blues Brothers.
Oh, Jim Belushi. Come on, give it to me. Come on, Jim Belushi. Come on. Don't play with it.
Next clue.
Oh, shoot.
Animal House.
Oh, John Belushi. John Belushi. His brother. John Belushi. It was a Jay Belushi. You know.
John Belushi rolling over in his grave because everybody was like Jim Belushi. Everybody was like Jim.
I love
It's Jim. It's Jim. He's like, no, it's John. Every time he's like, it's John.
Jim rolled John's coattails. I tell you that.
Okay, so that was 3. And that was a 9. So that's a 6.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, he was a coattail rider. But here we go. But yeah, they're both from Chicago.
Facts.
Yeah, here we go.
Nice. Didn't know that.
All right. Free clue. This entertainer is from the great city of Chicago, Illinois. City on the lake. Here we go. He wrote a song called The Light.
Common.
We take Common. We have accepted Rashid, but Common is correct. Ding, 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 ding. All right.
In the building right now.
Are we still on the Niners, or have we? Let me count these.
Yeah, that's the second 9er.
Come on.
So this is the last Niner.
Yep.
All right, here we go. The final Niner.
Y'all, woo, send me love, y'all. Send me energy. Come on, it's the last.
Free clue. This entertainer is also from the great city of Chicago, and he was a notorious college dropout.
Come on, man. You talk about Yay.
Ding, 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 ding. Slavery was a choice. Nobody knew what he meant. Through the Wire.
Loco Yay.
Yes, and the blueprint, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go.
Is that the 12 pointers?
Yeah, now we jump into the 12 pointers. So these are going to get a little more serious. We're going to have less of those. Oh, come on. We're going to have less of that. All right, here we go. Do it for DST. All right, here we go. This person is not from Chicago. That's your free clue. Is not from Chicago. First clue. Probably the most famous rap artist from QB. Probably the most famous rap artist from Queensbridge. Wouldn't expect somebody from Oakland to know this. Another free clue. It's not too short. It is not too short. It's not. Read about it, baby. What's his name, Seth? Read about it. Yeah, it's not E40.
Oh, wow.
All right, next clue. Big ups to E40 and the other cat. All right. Illmatic.
Oh, nice.
Ding, 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 ding. We would take Nasir.
Yes.
Ben Oludara Jones, who is a high school dropout, and I don't think he went back to get his GED.
And he's also a Coinbase investor
And might be flirting with billionaire status now as well. Speaking of a trade, he learned a trade. I mean, it's It's rapping, but I guess you can consider that a trade. All right, here we go. All right.
My rap name was MC Chocolate Chip, by the way.
MC Chocolate Chip. She's going to be rapping with Pookie Doe, ladies and gentlemen. Pookie Doe. Here we go.
In the studio right now.
Yeah, all right. He's going to be the ghostwriter. Here we go. All right, here we go. No free clues. I don't even know why I put this in there for her, so it's unfair, but I do at least one of these. All right, here we go. This 1750s settler is believed to be of Haitian origin, is known to be the founder of the great city on the lake, also known as Chirac. This black 1750s, believed to be of Haitian origin, is known historically to be the first permanent non-indigenous settler of what would later become known as Chirac. Yeah, see, they didn't teach you that in Oakland.
They did not teach that.
No, they barely taught us that in Chicago. I guarantee you heard the name, though. I'm going to give you the clues, and we also have the chat. They'll help. We got phone to chat. Second one. And then you can also text my wife. She'll probably know the answer. Second one.
She would.
Second one. He was the first to establish an extensive and prosperous trading settlement on the Chicago River. And then the last two clues. There's a very famous Chicago high school named after him and a museum named for him. So we're going to ask the chat, and we're going to leave it there for the chat. We're going to move to the next one. I don't know why I put that in there for her. All right, here we go. Yeah, one of these slips in every time.
Like, who was the 22nd mayor of Oakland?
I know. But we need people to know that it was a black man that discovered, settled, and founded Chicago. You know what I mean? But here we go.
John Baptiste, right?
Who'd you say?
John Baptiste.
What? So, did you see her pull that? Did you see
Baptiste du Sable.
Yes. Did you see the ancestors? Did you see that? John Baptiste Point du Sable. Look at that.
I looked it up online.
Oh, you looked it up? You looked it up? That's all right. At least you're honest and smart.
I saw it. I was gonna call it out. I watched how her ass was down while she was like,
honest but honest and smart.
You called me. I had to be honest, y'all, with the people.
You know, when people ask me questions and you know what I mean. So here we go. All right, here we go. All right. Yeah, honest and smart. All right, here we go. No free clues. Probably the most notorious gangster in United States history and Chicago history. First clue.
Okay. That would be what's my boy's name? Al Capone?
Ding, 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 ding. We would have taken Scarface, but that would be Al Capone, who died from syphilis in the joint. That's right. He was a bootlegger. And yeah. All right, here we go.
All in his personals.
Ready. We've got the 18 pointers here.
Yeah, these are going to get a little more. You know, you have to, we'll see. You know, the reason this is here is because she's a female. I don't want to get all, misogynistic, but here we go. This person is not from Chicago, this great champion, silverback king. Clue number one. Draft dodger, conscientious objector of the Vietnam War.
Muhammad Ali.
Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, 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 ding. We would not have accepted Cassius Clay. Maybe. I don't know. But big ups to the greatest. Yes.
In these streets out here. Yes.
Yeah, the people from Oakland know that kind of stuff. Here we go.
Right. It's part of the curriculum in second grade.
Man,
That's what we learn.
Just to walk up and down the street. Who's Muhammad Ali? Oh, all right, here we go. All right, y'all, here we go. Okay. Free clue. This person is not from the greatest city in the world. This person is not from the greatest city in the history of mankind. All right, here we go.
So not from Oakland.
That would be true as well. This person is not from Oakland. That would be true as well. So that's fair enough. All right, here we go. This rapper is a notorious name dropper. This rapper, who is not from Chicago or Oakland, is a well-known name dropper.
Ricky Rose?
Next clue. Next clue.
He's always dropping somebody's designer
He
name.
had a major beef with 50 Cent.
Oh,
Name dropper. Notorious name dropper.
not Kanye again.
Major beef with 50 Cent.
Okay, what's a couple people had beef? 50 had beef with a few people. He had beef with Vivica.
He did.
He had beef
50 beef with every 50's a troll. Big ups to 50.
Right.
Last thing I need is because
he had-
50 be tweeting about us.
He had beef with Wendy Williams.
Yeah, he did.
Beef with Wendy.
He had beef with whoever shot him up, however many times he got shot up in New York. Obviously.
I mean, yeah, I don't think that's a fair question. That list, there's too many people that could be on the list. I don't know if that's even a fair question. Who has
Okay.
had a beef with? That might be a better question.
Next clue. He's from Compton.
The game.
The notorious game name dropper. The game name.
That's
The
right.
Game. All right. She's from Oakland though, man. She's from the Bay Area. They can't be talking about these South Central rappers. There's a whole thing. All right, here we go. 2 more and you're gone. This silver baguette is from the city on the lake. First clue. She's the first original woman to reside in the White House. Not as a guest, not as a servant.
Yes, my homegirl, Shelly Shell. Come on now. That's my girl, Michelle Obama.
When they go low, we go get high.
Right.
No. The kids might be listening. When they go low, we go high.
Dot your eye.
Yes. Harvard Law grad, big ups. And soulmate to Barry, mother of Malia. What's the other girl's name?
Rasha.
Yes. And Self Luv met them, and we actually had her first cousin on the show. Big ups.
Oh, that's so special, man.
We grew up right. Like I can, she's on the next block. Like I'm on the other side of the alley from them. Just to say that.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Right there.
That's awesome.
So this is the last one. This is a double bubble now. This is the money ball. It's worth twice as much. Okay.
36-pointer here out there.
That's right. Okay. So, all right.
Let's go.
Last one. Focus. I'm right. First clue. That was your first clue. Play the game right. Second clue. Ike's punching bag. Oh, that was a free one, Self. The first clue was a free one.
Yeah.
Come on, man. That was a rough one.
Play the game right.
That's a rough one.
Play the game right,
All I
Shonelle.
want is my name. I don't want nothing else but my name. I work too hard for that. You're going to give me my name. That's all I
Yeah.
want.
And a quarter kilo of cocaine. Yes, oh my goodness. They did him dirty though. He was the victim. We'll talk about it. That's a whole nother show. I'm not gonna break the internet.
I'm the wrong one on that.
All right.
I'm the wrong one. I was rolling with you the whole time.
All right.
Till you said
The Annie Mae Bullock. That's your second clue.
Anna Mae Bullock, Miss Tina Turner. All I want is my name. Keep everything else.
You got it. You got it. You got it. It was Tina Turner. I thought we were looking for Ike. She's right. We were looking for Tina.
Amazing documentary on HBO Max right now on Tina Turner. Amazing documentary. Might want to check that out.
Amazing woman.
Yeah.
Amazing human. You know, you get tired of classifying it as man and woman. You know, just amazing human being is what she is. You know, people of the person. So that's all we had. And we really thank you. Now she's a member of the Give Back gang. And yes. And if you have any big ups or, you know, as they say, shout outs, now would be the time. You already shouted us out. But if you had any, you know, sorority or anything you want to shout out, this would be the time.
What's up? You know, again, just love to Black men everywhere. Just, you know, send that love out. And thank you so much to you guys for just having me here on the show. I felt welcome. I felt at home. This was such a beautiful experience. Thank you guys for that. Definitely shout out to my Dwell family, Dwell California Real Estate and Investments. If you're thinking about buying a home, you're thinking about getting into real estate, you can shoot an email to me at Shonelle@dwellcaliforniahomes.com, spelled exactly how it sounds, Dwell California Homes with an S at the end.com. And then of course, my name's Shonelle, just like you see it on the screen. If you are a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated and you are looking for a chapter to belong to, or if you're looking to volunteer, or if you're not a member of Delta Sigma Theta, but you want to find an opportunity to give back to your community, shoot me an email at centurycitydst for Delta Sigma Theta @gmail.com. I want to shout out my twins, Omari and Imani. Mommy, so proud of you. I love you. You've helped to make me the woman that I am. And, you know, to just, you know, all Black folks out there who are trying to, you know, just make it and survive in this world. You know, it's hard being a member of the most despised race on the planet. They don't love us anywhere. They want what we got. They don't love us. It's a heavy mantle to carry when you just trying to live like everybody else. But you are amongst the most despised people on the planet. So I just want to give kudos and a shout out to Black people everywhere for just being able to get up every day and put one foot in front of the other in a world where your life could be on the line just for doing regular stuff every day. It's not easy carrying that, but we do it with grace, dignity, beauty, power, and all those wonderful things. So much love to Black people everywhere. And, you know, and to my man, to my zaddy out there, you know who you are.
And big ups to your you know, the people who raised you, you know, they did a wonderful job. You know, fantastic. Self, she doesn't need charm school, does she? Yeah. We're going to start a charm school at some point down the road. And, you know, we're going to need women to, you know, teach them grace and class and charm, because there's nobody teaching no one anything. And then, unfortunately, Shonelle, they're adults. You know, just like young Black men, like you're mentoring, and they become adults, and they look big and they look adults, but they don't even know how to fill out a job application.
Man.
Self-reliance.
There's so many things that they've taken out of the educational process. You know, they don't even teach anymore.
Yes.
Carry one in math anymore. They don't carry the one anymore. It's some other stuff. Who thought that needed to be changed?
Man. Let me tell you,
man, they're telling first graders about boy on boy oral sex. I'm not in Chicago. I'm not making this up. I've had parents. So that's a whole nother thing, you know, in public schools. That's part of the curriculum now. That's important.
They talk about sexual harassment. They had a whole assembly on it when my kids were in elementary school. I was pissed. Like, why? How dare you introduce that to my children? They don't know anything about this.
Right.
It may not be every child, because some kids do and aren't in situations where they get exposed, you know, way sooner. But that's
correct. But don't criminalize catch a girl, kiss a girl.
Right. You know.
But then let kiss a boy go on and kiss a girl. Not that I'm knocking anybody. I'm not. But I'm saying don't. And that's the thing, you know, because it used to be a time we didn't teach sexual education till, you know, sixth grade. Like that. And so now, for some reason, it's important to start talking about that. They're barely out of kindergarten, first, second grade, talking about what?
and it's still theta, so it's really introducing behavior that
Programming.
Yes, it's programming.
Not okay.
Yeah. But we don't kick any silverback ads out. And you know my wife, and she's the executive producer, and she wants her studio back, and you know how that goes. So
I know TT. He's like, go on, get my stuff back. That's enough of that. Go on now. You don't shut that down. Girl.
Thank you so much. This platform's your platform. If you ever have a message to get out, or you want to come do this again, please, reach out to us. We're here for you. Once we have 1 million or 2 million followers, we'll still be here for you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. True pleasure.
Thank you. And, keep it 100, as we say. Keep it 100.
Man. Ooh, we just Jim. Hey.
Facts.
Hey, man. We.
Yeah. I mean, you could tell she had so much more information.
Yes. That was
right.
Expansive.
Self Love, but before we wrap this thing up, I want to have production run that promo video, just so they can see her comedy. She probably only got like 11 followers on her YouTube. 12, I think I made number 12. Yeah, I think I made number 12. It's older stuff from way back in the day, but hey man, that little blurb we got is magnanimous. And let's see if I can guide.
I can get back to it.
Yeah, because let's see.
Just even give the love back. Help.
Hold on a second. So I got thrown off the last time I got
booted. Yeah, I'll tell you what, boy. What's his name? Spooks.
Baphomet.
Yeah, man. Baby Baphomet's been all up in your system.
Man. They are.
There you go. 40 acres and a whip. It's right below that.
I'm on the screen. I ain't know I was on the
Go
screen.
up. See it?
Yes. Jesus.
You guys, we're gonna run this and wait till the comedy happens. It's hilarious.
No doubt.
It's hilarious. See that Tesla boy? You see that steering wheel? You guys, August 11th, we have, I'm gonna have to wash behind my neck.
Then watching NASCAR and drink a beer. That's your favorite sport. Yeah, NASCAR is too.
We got a silverbackette coming in the building, man, playing behind my ears. So, we're proud to have Miss Shonelle Blake step in the building. She is a goddess in the Realty game. So, that's what we got, Self Love. Yeah, they keep arresting people showing homes.
Expansive. So you can learn some information about.
So they protect their neighborhood.
Bag. It's always a blessing.
Yeah, they can start calling the police when they gentrifying your currency. Stuff some of this fiat currency in the bag, huh?
Yeah.
You thought the white man was breaking in. Hey. Yeah, is that all they can? That's all they gotta do is print it.
Last year, Indianapolis native Carlette Duffy set out to buy her grandmother's house. Her plan? Refinance her own home to purchase the property. Duffy expected her home, which she bought for $100,000 3 years earlier, to appraise for around $185,000.
I was shocked. That it came back at 125. And
I thought I was
I
white.
challenged it.
But the appraiser stood by his decision.
I told
and
him
the
I am
lender
white.
didn't budge.
It was printed.
Yep.
Seems like every American. Everybody should be able to just get a nice fancy printer and some good paper and just. How much I owe you? Man, how much you say I owe you?
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have
I
to get
got
some
you.
more. Man, you know I gotta get some more.
So Duffy moved on, going through the process again, this time with Freedom Mortgage. The value placed on her home was even more staggering.
$15,000 less than the first one, which is less than 3 months earlier.
Duffy again challenged the appraisal to no avail.
Baby, we gotta get some more ink. Well, I ain't got no money for the ink. You gotta print up some, but you need ink to print it. See if the neighbor will print up you some money and go get the ink.
Duffy applied again through a new lender. This time, she didn't disclose her race or gender in the application process, only communicated with the appraiser via email, and that wasn't all.
I took all of these down so that they wouldn't be seen. My lovely ladies, I took them down. Right before we got to the appraisal portion, I met with two of my girlfriends. Both are married to white men, and I was like, okay, I need to borrow one of y'all husbands.
When the third appraiser came, Duffy was gone. Her friend's husband posed as her brother.
So I was a bit skeptical at first until we saw the results.
The result? Duffy's home was appraised for $259,000, more than double that of her previous two
Right there in your
appraisals.
face.
I screamed with joy. I was so elated.
I mean, like, my money situation has gotten so atrocious, y'all. I started pimping my own self out. Last week, I didn't make enough money. I had to slap the shit out of myself.
There's more to that.
Because I don't play that.
And then it quickly dissipated.
Are you looking for a new neighborhood to live in? Then come on down to Redlining Realty, sanctioned by the U.S. government. There's depressed infrastructure, underfunded schools, no white people. They're all in the suburbs. Heck, we'll even throw in free shoes. Now, doesn't that sound nice? Call Redlining Realty today, and we'll get you a house built on the most American foundation of all.
Racism.
And then I just cried. Because this is an actual, there it is. And that I'm the thing that's devaluing my house.
Yeah, she just realized she's not white. Working her whole life. We're gonna do a show on that, but we ain't gonna tell y'all the topic yet. It's coming. Did you strive? Is that our goal?
Thanks.
You know what I mean? Everybody has that point in their life. It happens to some people earlier. Sometimes you're 10, 12 years old, walking down the street and 12 pulls over and we got a phone call. We got a call about some kids. You know what I mean? Or whatever. You're like, oh, I'm not white. Yeah. Yeah. It happens.
We are equal. It's fair and equal. That's what it says right there.
Yeah.
If you read it,
the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, it says we are equal right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to stand up to that. We're equal.
And you know, that document didn't include women or people of color.
Oh, man, we already know. It's just.
It didn't say white men, though. It did not say that all white men, but it did not include women. So they really didn't need an amendment.
It said men, so it eliminated, but it didn't think of us as humans. So that's how we were excused.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. One big trick bag when you look at it all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Self, the more I look at it, man, and I know you've been having some serious thought about it, more serious than me. And, Africa, man. Africa's not looking so bad, bro. I mean, I shouldn't just say necessarily Africa, but getting the hell out of America just doesn't necessarily seem so bad anymore.
Yeah, I hear you, and I agree. But it's got to be somewhere where we can Silverdale. You know what I mean? So it needs to be that type of climate.
Yeah, and then the other thing is someplace here. I know we kind of thrown out other type of towns, but yeah, bro, I think it's awfully doable when you have cities giving out 20 stacks because they want you there, and people are working from home and doing all kind of stuff now. It's really doable to find enough people to say, let's move to this little hick town. You know what I mean? Can we say hick town on YouTube? I don't know what we can
It's
say.
adjective. I mean, some might agree. Some people in hick towns probably wouldn't, but it's a hick town, so I don't know how
How else to describe it?
Their displeasure comes to forefront anyway. You know what I mean? So yeah, we can say hick town.
We can, because all hicks aren't pink.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
Nothing racial about Hicktown.
At all.
It's not like I said cracker. Right?
Yeah. Leave that one alone. Yeah.
Maybe I didn't say that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like you said that.
Yeah, nobody said that.
I'm not gonna say that.
But yeah, man, I mean, she unpacked it, bro.
Woo. Man, there was a lot of excellent information provided in
It
this
was.
conversation, man. It's ridiculous.
It was.
Man. Always surprised. Like, man, my expectations is here, and I got high expectations, so it's even more exciting every time.
Man. So that, man, Tori, I agree with you, bro. I mean, we keep bringing these guests in, and they keep exceeding our already high expectations.
Yes.
And then as of late, I've taken the approach, don't have any expectations. But either way, it's the same result. My mind's blown.
Facts.
Right?
Facts. I just have a level of expectation because how everything has aligned, and we've had these guests come in and just expand, and it's happened every time. So I just kind of expect it to, and it goes further than I expect. But I don't even know how to expect, because it's just like you said, it's every show.
Every show, bro. Every single show. And, we have to expand sometimes, get outside the greater Chicago area. You know what I mean? Be the fractals that we are.
Facts.
Yeah. But let me go ahead and address this riddle, Self Love. I don't want to leave everybody dangling on a participle. What breaks yet never fails? Wait. Let me say this again. What breaks yet never falls, and what falls yet never breaks? What breaks yet never falls, and what falls yet never breaks? And the answer to that, Self Love, don't see any answers in the chat. It's day and night.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Day and night. It's only the second one that's gotten you, and I looked up on that one. You know what I mean? Because I didn't have the answer to the other one, which I'm going to go find that. it's going to rack my brain. Next week, the 18th, we have the former, speaking of going outside of the greater Chicago area, we have the former Oklahoma State Senator, another silverbackette, and gubernatorial hopeful. I call her Auntie Connie Johnson, but Connie Johnson, she's running for governor. She's agreed to sit with the Self Luv Nation and join the Give Back gang. Looking forward to that one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can see how it figures into what we talking about.
Okay. And then so we have, as I mentioned earlier during the announcement, we have Mouthpiece Included tomorrow right here at 9 p.m. Central, live on This Ain't That Network. So we totally encourage you to tune in. It's I would say it's 18 and older. You probably don't want the kids in for this one. It's always edutainment.
Absolutely.
This is more entertainment, but yeah, have some fun.
Politics. Come on, guys.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You're in the man cave, you're in the barbershop, wherever you're at, you know what I mean? Drinking, sipping on some cognacs, what have you. Talking politics. Yeah, that's what that is. So that'll be tomorrow. So here we go. At my Poisonal. We need some sort of music for this segment here. So we got to come up with some theme music for the segment, bro, that we play as it's going. But we're going to jump into Wordsmith's final words at the end.
Man. Tonight, we got a blessing. Just like a Smith & Wesson that can blast you to a frontier if you ain't no punk and don't operate in fear. We had a Realty professional bring you the real and express what you need to develop the skill to build a higher plane and plateau, a legacy for your family to grow. Man, for sure. It's similar to Black Wall Street, but it's everywhere you are. You learn, process, and put it on repeat and make your portfolio grow. And then help somebody else who trying but don't really know. Let's do this. And let's build together. Something will be remembered forever. Words.
One city, one country, one state. Some place to be, no.
Yeah, I need to download or upload or cop that Nas is King. What's the name of this?
King's Disease.
Yeah, King's Disease 2. Yeah. This one's called Nobody. It features Lauryn Hill, and she absolutely murked it. Yes, so?
Facts.
Didn't she? Wow. But I don't. Bullets are boomerangs.
Stand your ground.
Murder, suicide.
An eye for an eye.
Silence is violence.
You see something, say something.
12. Jake. Greed. You want to know how to make a slave self?
Tell them, man.
Greed, mix in some ego, toss in a bunch of fear, bro. And then you got yourself a Kunta Kinte, fam. No, a Toby.
Okay. Well, you know how we free him?
How you free him, G?
Charity plus humility times love. Bro, that's freedom.
Wait, say that one more again, bro. I don't know if I caught that.
Charity plus humility times love. That equation, bro, equals freedom.
All right. Freedom theory, huh? That sounds like flesh. That's flesh. Bro. When you talking to Pinky, don't answer one question.
For sure. And whoever you listening to, question everything.
Because fear is cap. It's an illusion.
It's facts. Man, it's only love. So vibrate love.
Vibrate love. Lessons, not lectures. Forgiveness and charity are the highest love vibrations.
Facts. So do something charitable for an enemy and end a beef.
Self love. They tell me that hurt people.
Yeah. Healthy people heal people.
Free Jeff Fort.
Free Larry Hoover.
Man, you could free all the guys, man.
Got to, man, because prison is slavery.